I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. President Trump has landed in Scotland with a warning: act now, as immigration, he says, is killing Europe.
Yeah, he begins a 4-day visit touring his golf clubs and holding high-level meetings.
Well, our very own Bev Turner was travelling with him and got some exclusives.
I've had a crazy but memorable day accompanying Donald Trump on his journey from Washington on Air Force One. I have to tell you so much.
And while in Scotland, the President is set to meet the Scottish First Minister and our Prime Minister, with trade at the top of that agenda.
I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard, but he's a good man. He got a trade deal done.
But on Europe and immigration, President Trump warned us to act now.
On immigration, you better get your act together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together.
Meanwhile, Sir Keir Starmer rejects calls to immediately recognise a Palestinian state, despite pressure from over 200 MPs.
The resident doctors' strike is starting its second day as they call for a 29% pay increase.
And the annual gathering for people passionate about countryside pursuits and the great British countryside, a celebration of rural life and the beauty of British landscape. The Game Fair takes place today and our reporter Jack Carson will be there.
And pubs are granted the right to late-night opening so fans can cheer on the Lionesses in tomorrow's European Championship final.
Is here, and there's a bit of everything in today's weather forecast. Some rain, some showers, but also some warm sunshine. Full details coming up soon.
Just gone 6 o'clock, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Dawn Neeson, and this is GB News Breakfast.
I like a bit of an entrepreneur.
I can't even say the word, to be honest with you. Not this time of morning.
Oh, you know, anyone wanting to start a business is having their idea, you know, they're being taxed out of existence in this country.
Well, quite.
Anyway, there's this young fella, he's only 25, he's called Alex. And he managed to buy old racing car tyres.
OK.
And turn them into trainers using a toasted sandwich maker.
Right, OK. What was he taking when he came up with this idea, right?
I don't know.
To get, hold on, old racing tyres, random, and use a sandwich maker.
Well, a panini maker, so the flat ones.
Right, OK, so
they won't crimp the edges.
Right.
So panini maker, and he's made trainers.
OK.
They're 225 quid a pair, right? He's made £250,000 in 18 months. And he's got some very big fans, so it's really taken off.
Good for him. I mean, that is great. I mean, you know, we've got to all try and come up with, you know, brilliant ideas to make money, and so you can pay more tax.
It's a lot of... Yeah, hopefully he hasn't got any employees.
No,
because they've got out of business.
That national insurance we're not going to touch. Oh, by the way, unless you're employing people.
Yeah.
But no, it's a good idea.
Well, there you go.
There are some of these ideas. I wish I was that bright, but there are some of these ideas where you think, what started that thought process?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. It's like the first person ever to milk a cow and drink it. What was the thought process?
Where did you come up with that one?
I don't know. It's just a random thing. No one knows the answer. Would you know the answer?
First person to come up with a wheel. That sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah. But the milking a cow thing is weird. Why would you look at a cow and go, I wonder?
Well, you'll have seen calves do it, won't you? So if they're drinking it, we could drink it.
Yeah, but...
Anyway.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
It's extraordinary.
Welcome to Saturday.
I'm almost embarrassed.
Stephen and Dawn.
I'm almost embarrassed that we're going to be going to the States and talking to Eric Ham at the moment. He's going to be watching this now on his computer going, what is going on?
We'll ask you if there's any ideas for, you know, innovations.
Why is Dawn talking about milk?
Well, it's morning. You have a nice cup of tea.
Anyway.
Probably putting milk in it. Good morning, in any case.
Right, should we talk? The reason we're going to be talking to Eric in just a second is because of President Trump, who has urged Britain to get its act together on illegal migration.
Yeah, slamming what he called a horrible invasion. He's warning that Europe could be lost unless illegal migration is brought under control.
Here's what he told Bev Turner last night, who was with him on Air Force One.
Amazing job on illegal migration in America.
I have.
People here are very worried about the situation. Record numbers.
I mean, there's a couple of things I could say, but on immigration, you better get your act together. Or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together. Biden was a total stiff, and what he allowed to happen, but you're allowing it to happen to your countries. And you got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. This immigration is killing Europe.
But despite the president's swipe on immigration, he praised the Prime Minister's trade deal and hinted at warmer ties ahead of his official state visit in September.
I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard. But he's a good man. He got a trade deal done. And, you know, they've been working on this deal for 12 years. He got it done. It's a good deal. It's a good deal for the UK. So, no, I'll be seeing him tomorrow, I guess, tomorrow evening.
All right, let's talk to the US political analyst, Eric Ham, who's in Washington. Eric, good morning to you.
Morning, Eric.
What are we to make of this, then? Because, yeah, we know the president's view on immigration. We know what he's doing stateside. Will his words have much of an impact over here, do you think?
No, I think what we're seeing here is this is the tried and true method that typically when presidents and politicians are embroiled in scandal, typically what they do is they turn to foreign policy, because oftentimes that's an area where they have more tremendous control and leeway. And I think what we're seeing here is the president is making this trip to the UK and Scotland because right now, of course, the Epstein saga is continuing to engulf his presidency. And so now the president is looking to try to turn the page on that. And of course, what better way to do that than to visit with one of the United States' most ardent supporters, the UK.
It was interesting, Eric. I was watching the press conference that the president gave just before he flew over here on Air Force One, and the American reporters, literally every question was about Epstein.
Yeah, that's right, and rightfully so. I mean, we're seeing right now that this is becoming a full-blown problem for the president because again, his base, his MAGA base, which has always been behind him, we're beginning to see not only cracks but fissures in that base with so many high-profile names that have been supportive of the president now pushing back quite hard on him. And of course, touting this trade deal with the UK is something that the president is trying to use to tamp down on what's now becoming an increasingly five-alarm fire for this president, as we're seeing more high-profile names not only calling for the president to do more, but also calling for many of those MAGA loyalists to actually walk away from the party, particularly in the midterm elections, which are still more than a year away.
But that's, I mean, it's quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, I know, you know, we all revel in pressure on our leaders in our own countries, but the fact he's getting on with things, well, in essence, that's what you want a leader to do, whatever sort of pressure they're under.
Yeah, that's right. And again, this has always been a move that not only makes the president seem bigger than the job itself, but also on a foreign trip, and particularly visiting with allies and touting free trade agreements. What better way than to try to move away from the conversation? But again, I think what we're seeing here is these are issues that simply are not going to go away. And given the fact that there are so many intractable issues around the globe, that the president said that he would be able to deal with less than 24 hours after taking office, and we still don't see that, particularly with the war in Ukraine. It's going to travel with the president no matter where he goes, even to a friendly ally like the UK.
Eric, one of the things, well, the question our Bev Turner asked Trump when he got off the plane was about immigration. It does seem to be an issue that he has sorted out in America, and he's got a lot of fans in this country for being so firm with that issue.
Yeah, look, that was an issue that certainly dogged President Joe Biden. He simply could not get his policies to work. He could not deal with the issue in a way that many found to be successful. And what we're seeing from President Donald Trump is, while there has been some slippage in his approval ratings on his handling of immigration, particularly with the way that they are moving people out without due process, nevertheless, the president has still continued to double down with many of these Alcatraz prisons being outsourced to places like Florida, and now Texas is building them. And so for many countries around the globe that are grappling with this issue, perhaps they are in fact looking to President Donald Trump and what he is doing in the United States and continuing to move forward, even in spite of the growing criticism.
What do you make of, and actually more importantly, what do you think people back in the States will make of the comments, you know, about Keir Starmer and what have you? I mean, this idea, and it's extraordinary over here because it's really not what we were originally expecting, but they've got a positive relationship. I mean, they are poles apart politically, and yet they seem to make it work.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is, I think Prime Minister Starmer has found the secret sauce to basically be able to manage a relationship with the president. And of course, it involves heavy and copious amounts of flattery. We know Donald Trump loves to be flattered, and I think Prime Minister Starmer has done that, and he's done it in droves. And I think what you're seeing here is now this is a relationship where so many of the relationships between the United States and many of its longtime stalwart allies, Canada, Japan, Brazil, we are seeing those relationships frayed. But now with the UK, with Prime Minister Starmer, I think he has actually found that secret sauce, and it works. And I think we're seeing that with this free trade agreement that they continue to tout between the two nations.
Eric, so it sounds like that special relationship is really back on track.
It does, and it's a good thing, particularly when you look at a president who oftentimes, when, you know, one of the key components of MAGA, particularly when you look at foreign policy, is to look inward. But again, I think what we're seeing here is this has always been seen as a special relationship, and many presidents have certainly treated it that way. And while Donald Trump has certainly attempted to basically upend 7 or 8 decades of U.S. foreign policy, this is one area, one relationship that the president has continued to not only hold dear, but also hold and maintain intact. And I think that's a very good thing. And I think it speaks to the success of the prime minister and his diplomatic abilities to be able to placate and, of course, charm the president.
OK, Eric, really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to ask Eric if he plays golf.
What, if Eric plays golf? Oh, right.
Because it's important, because obviously this is ostensibly a visit to golf resorts.
Well, he's opening his new one, isn't
Yeah, I know, but a lot of business is done on golf courses.
Oh, yeah.
And Keir Starmer is terrible at golf.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, that's good, though, because Trump, well, if they play together, Trump will win.
He will win, yeah, but I don't... I think maybe Keir will be the caddy, do you think?
Oh, that wouldn't be a good look, would it? Golf, no, I mean, it's for diplomatically. I mean, it's like when you have these big state funerals, I mean, like the Pope's funeral and things. There's so much diplomacy goes on at these big events, because it's just when all the world leaders are together, and there's no pressure there to produce a document at the end of it. And they just sit there chatting through.
Yeah, it's all in the small talk, and there's so many issues. I mean, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, migration, free speech, as Bev questioned last night. It's like, oh, my Lord, everything you say is going to be a tricky one with Trump, I think, this weekend.
Well, Sandy's been in touch, says, good for Trump, get your act together, Starmer. OK, on the immigration one, presumes. Someone else called Patriot says, great to hear from President Trump saying the UK and Europe has to get our act together on illegal immigration, or we won't have a Europe anymore. I just think with all of this, we've reached a point where people are running out of patience. And in not your usual crowd, this is where the Prime Minister will have a real problem if things kick off and he starts blaming the far right. Because actually, a lot of people who are so frustrated now are what you would call your ordinary centrist citizens, who even they have just gone, OK, enough is enough now.
I think you're totally right, and I think the embarrassing thing, we know there are more protests planned at migrant hotels this weekend with Trump in the country or in Scotland. That is going to be embarrassing if that happens with Trump over here. He already had an issue about the UK being invaded, London being a no-go zone. He said all these things, and the issue of free speech. So if that does kick off this weekend, it's going to be an interesting one for Keir Starmer to deal with in Scotland.
It will be. I think the key thing, though, is if you are, and we're not encouraging it, but if you are someone who wanted to protest peacefully.
Absolutely. Can I just read this one out, though?
Oh, yeah, go on.
Morning. This is Grumpy Grandad. Morning, Grumpy. I agree with Dawn. It's a weird one. Who looked at a car and thought, let's have a go on that? But look, if you're having your morning cup of tea...
No, it's a fair point. It's a fair point. I mean, who comes up with these ideas? But quite how you thought of that, I don't... Quite while you're listening, you're lifting that. That's not tea in there.
You weren't meant to tell them about the gym.
It's not tea.
No.
Let me tell you. Right, it's 6:15. In other news this morning, the Health Secretary has vowed to minimise patient harm as a 5-day strike by resident doctors in England enters its second day. Thousands of British Medical Association members are on picket lines demanding better pay. The BMA says real term pay has dropped 20% since 2008. They want now 29% as an increase. The Health Secretary has called the action reckless and said the government would not allow the BMA to hold the country to ransom.
OK, yeah, and meanwhile, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer has suggested President Donald Trump could consider pardoning her, arguing her 2022 conviction for conspiring with child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein was unjust due to a 2007 non-prosecution agreement. Her lawyer, David Marcus, has described President Trump as the ultimate deal maker when he was asked about the possibility of a pardon for the disgraced socialite. Maxwell is, as you know, serving 20 years for her role in sex trafficking minors for the financier.
Pubs across England and Wales can stay open until 1 a.m. tomorrow night to cheer on the Lionesses as they face Spain in the European Championship final in Basel, I think it is. The Home Office confirmed the extended licensing hours as excitement builds following England's 2-1 extra time win over Italy in the semi. Fans are expected to spend 184 million on food and drink. Anyway, that's according to the British Beer and Pub Association. Be a good night.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I really am looking forward to it. I'm not going to be spending that much money personally, but I'll have a damn good go. So the weather holds for it, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, I mean, the nice weather would be good.
Yeah, because a lot of pubs are planning special events. Our local pub has got the beer garden open, the England flags up. Yeah, no, absolutely, going for it.
Good, well, you should. Yeah. Get into the spirit, let's get patriotic.
Absolutely.
Talking of the weather, should we get a check on it this morning?
Yeah,
Let's see what's going to happen.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Plenty of fine weather around this weekend, but not all the time. There will be some rain, at least at first today, turning to showers, and in between a few sunny spells, not quite as warm as it's been over the last couple of days. Now, a lot of cloud across the UK this morning and showery rain here and there, more persistent rain into western Scotland, and then some heavy showers developing through northern England and increasingly eastern England, perhaps the odd thundery downpour. The best of the sunshine and dry weather will be towards South Wales and southwest England, temperatures reaching 24 or 25 Celsius. Then we go into Saturday night. Some longer spells of rain will reach western Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland, but it stays mostly dry across the south and southwest into Wales, just the odd shower there across mid Wales, but showers still going through East Anglia, eastern England and potentially over the Pennines as well as the southern uplands. Thicker cloud there for Northern Ireland. Western Scotland, some more persistent rain. As I mentioned, showers ahead of that, mostly dry for Shetland and Orkney, aside from the odd shower. And then really overnight, we lose the showers in most places, but the more persistent rain in western Scotland turns heavier for a time, particularly over western hills. And that will begin to feed into parts of Cumbria, as well as the northeast of Scotland as the night progresses. Further south, dry with clear spells. The best of any clear spells will be towards the southeast, a relatively warm night, and a bright start there for the east and the southeast as we begin Sunday. A lot of cloud across the rest of the country. Dribs and drabs of rain into parts of northern England and the Midlands, turning into showers by the afternoon. Just about anywhere could catch a shower as the day wears on, but the heaviest downpours will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland. In between, some bright spells and feeling warm in any sunshine in the south, highs of 24 Celsius.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
OK, still to come. Sir Keir Starmer rejects calls to immediately recognise a Palestinian state despite pressure from over 200 MPs. We'll be talking more about that one next. This is GB News Breakfast with Stephen and Dawn.
This is our country, and we think it's amazing. From high tea to the high street, we love it all. Even the rain, we like that too. There's nowhere else we'd rather be. That's why we're here to be the fearless champion of Britain, its voices and its values. Because we are GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You've read the headlines, you've heard what those in power have to say. How about now we actually get to the truth?
They would pay attention.
We go beyond the political theatre and tell you what's really going on behind the scenes. For a massive council tax hike, one of the biggest in the UK. Others follow their lines, but we go off script.
You sound like a broken record, you say that week after week.
Cutting through the narratives and giving you unique perspectives. That's Ben Leo tonight, Saturdays and Sundays from 9 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
please bring us up to date.
Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
6:23 now. You're in actually less than a week to go.
Wow.
If you want to win £54,321 in tax-free cash. The lines close next Friday. Here's how you enter.
It's the final week to see how you could win big. It's our biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £54,321 in tax-free cash has to be won. What would you do with that? With all of that cash, you could just chill out, treat yourself, and indulge in the finer things in life, somewhere like here, Downhall Hotel and Spa. You really could win the cash giveaway of the summer. Lines close at 4 p.m. this Friday, so make sure you don't miss out.
For another chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. Now, Sir Keir Starmer is facing mounting pressure to formally recognise Palestine as a state.
Well, more than 200 MPs, mainly Labour, but actually from across the political spectrum, have written to the Prime Minister criticising the government for its wait-and-see approach.
Yeah, in response, Sir Keir Starmer has reaffirmed that recognition must be part of a wider plan and has vowed to pull every lever to deliver humanitarian aid.
Well, the former Conservative MP, Kevin Foster, is here in the studio.
Morning.
Kevin, morning to you.
Morning.
I mean, the problem with a letter like this is that it views this situation in a very black and white sense, which, as we know for generations, is not the case.
Well, it does, and let's be clear in our own minds. Lots of MPs signing a letter is not going to change the situation over in Gaza or in Israel-Palestine more widely. Benjamin Netanyahu will not have got up this morning and the first thing on his agenda being, I must deal with that letter from UK MPs. So let's be clear on that, because we can have quite a passionate debate on this without actually thinking to ourselves, the British mandate there ended in 1948. So this does present as black and white. And also, you have to look at some of the complexities on the ground. Effectively, there are two Palestinian authorities at the moment. So if you recognise the state of Palestine, you would almost certainly have the sort of government you would view would be the Palestinian Authority. They run the West Bank. What's the proposal for them to get control of Gaza again, given Hamas violently ejected them from it? How is that going to happen? And those issues aren't going to be resolved just by making a statement.
It's very, I think a lot of people are very confused on the West Bank, the Gaza, Hamas. I mean, Hamas are still a proscribed terrorist organisation. They still hold hostages. So recognising ostensibly that as a state, how does that play out?
And that's the issue, Dawn. Hamas is a terrorist organisation. There's no two ways about that. And the government rightly rejected an attempt to deprescribe them here in the UK. But this drives to it. You would be recognising the political arm, which is the Palestinian Authority, which runs the West Bank, which was kicked out of Gaza by Hamas violently. So this move, it's something that I'm sure the Labour Party will agonise over, mostly due to sectarian political consequences in various constituencies, as we saw at the last year's general election. But actually, on the ground, how would this actually affect the situation in Gaza? I think there's a lot of questions still to be asked.
It's interesting, though, isn't it? Because, I mean, obviously you disagree with a great deal that Sir Keir Starmer stands for, but on this, it would seem like he's being quite sensible, because he has reiterated that, of course, a two-state solution is considered generally to be the way forward in all of this. It's just how we get there.
Absolutely. I think, to be fair to Keir Starmer, he is looking at some of the realities on the ground there. And yes, there does, in the long run, need to be two states living ideally peacefully alongside each other and being able to develop and deliver the actual aspirations of their people. And let's remember, Hamas is a totalitarian dictatorship. It got elected once and that was it. And it executes its opponents. So that's the long-term goal. But it's not just making a declaration or passing a non-binding motion in the House of Commons that's going to actually decide this one.
And as you said, Kevin, it's all very well, MPs writing letters and all of us sitting here talking about it, but what's actually going on in the ground is an important thing. There are still hostages being held, and it's a horrible mess. And we have Hamas declaring that Israel shouldn't exist. So we're all going, two-state solution, that'd be wonderful. Hamas don't want that. They want Israel wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah, Hamas believe that there should be one state and one people, and that both the Israeli state and the Israeli people should disappear. I think most Israelis will point out to you exactly what happened the last time a political leader set that as their goal for a government, in terms of millions of people being killed in the Holocaust. So this is a complex situation, and sadly, I can understand why people want to do something. Your heart goes out when you see some of the pictures of starvation and other things going on. But by the same point, just making declarations at a political level, it sounds attractive, but is it actually going to change the situation on the ground? No.
Why does all this happen in the House of Commons? I mean, so you've got this letter. There are plenty of occasions when there are big political things going on in other parts of the world that there'll be all these debates in the House of Commons and all the rest of it. And as you point out, it achieves nothing.
Well, sometimes, actually people who come into politics are passionate about issues and want to be seen to make a difference. This one's probably one where I think certainly the Labour Party feels under a lot of political pressure at the moment, particularly given some of the independents who got elected, and this new party from Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana will be directly appealing to people who are very much in favour of the Palestinian cause. It can be tempting to tackle these types of issues or be talking about these types of issues actually to avoid some of the really difficult domestic issues we've got. A lot of these MPs probably won't be quite so keen to have a discussion about grooming gangs and its impact, or to talk about some of the difficult issues about how we deal with small boats. So, whereas making a statement of what you think on Palestine, well, that's quite easy, just sign a letter.
It is interesting. I mean, call me a cynic, but I do think there's a bit of a political virtue signalling going on, because other conflicts around the world where hundreds of thousands of people are dying, say Sudan, for example, No one's writing letters about that.
Indeed, and we can look at some of the issues going on in Thailand and Cambodia at the moment, some really serious issues. We saw challenges, certainly massacres going on of Christians in parts of Africa, and there's barely a murmur about it. So some of this is being driven by pure politics here in the UK.
Because they're frightened of losing their seats, basically.
Certainly Labour MPs are frightened of losing their seats either to Gaza-based independents or losing votes to something like a Corbyn-style party, which then means Reform or the Conservative Party may benefit.
OK. Kevin, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Right, at 6:31, it's time for the Daily Reflection.
The GB News Daily Reflection.
Hi, my name is Mark, and I'm the Vicar of St Oswald's and St Chad's, part of the Church of England in Middlesbrough. So I've got a black Labrador Retriever. Like most dogs, she's simultaneously the smartest dog in the world, and also the dumbest animal you ever met. Her retrieving is great, but despite my best efforts at training, her releasing what she's retrieved is pretty poor. One trick I've learned to get her to let go is to offer her something more attractive than what she's got. So she'll leave behind her ball the minute she knows food is on offer. I wonder if people are actually that different. Some of Jesus' first disciples were fishermen. When Jesus called them to follow him, it says they laid down their nets and their boats, ditched their career, and followed after Jesus. What possessed them to give up their livelihood like that? To be honest, I think it is a bit like my dog. These followers found in Jesus something that made what they previously had look like nothing in comparison. What was a secure job compared to the security of being with Jesus? Personally, I found the same thing true. Life is full of rich things, but compared to Jesus, are they really anything?
I do love those. And breathe.
And breathe.
And breathe. It's just a little bit of calm when you're surrounded by, on a Saturday morning, horror stories from all over the place.
Yeah. Now, still to come. We've got the papers with Andy Jones and Emma Wolfe. There they are, look at them. Being so keen and enthusiastic.
That's lovely. I love that
morning.
wave. Yeah, dramatic.
But that's coming up in just a second.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sunday mornings from 9:30.
She left office 35 years ago, which seems incredible.
God, that makes me feel really old. I remember being at school when she was deposed.
Oh, that makes me feel really old, because I was way beyond school.
Well, I was 47 yesterday, so...
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Carry on.
Well, so there are three generations that have grown up that weren't alive when Margaret Thatcher was Prime Minister. And there are so many myths that have built up about her that... and part of the reason I wrote it was because my personal trainer, I broke my hip 2 years ago.
Yes.
So I had to get a personal trainer to the rehab. And he's 25, or was then. And when he found out what I did for a living, he said, well, Margaret Thatcher, I've heard of her, but who was she? What did she do? He didn't even know she'd been Prime Minister. And I was slightly horrified by this. So this is really aimed at those generations. You can't tell every aspect of her life in a book that size, but it really is an introduction to her. And the first sentence says, if you've read Charles Moore's 3-volume biography of her, please stop here. This book is not for you.
No.
So
it's an
covers most of the
introduction to her.
things.
And by the way, maybe that revelation by your PT does ask questions about the national curriculum and history teaching. They should do a section, shouldn't they, on our first female Prime Minister, arguably. But what's the challenge then when you're writing somebody's life up? I mean, and what a life she led.
Well, I found out that it's much more difficult to write a short book than a long book, because you really do have to be concise. I was told I had 30,000 words. I said, well, that's a pamphlet, not a book. So I stretched it to 45,000. But normally a biography would be 120, 150,000 words. So it really was quite a challenge to condense it all. And what do you leave out? I mean, I wasn't going to do a chapter on Northern Ireland, but as I was writing it, I thought, no, you can't do that.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Hello, welcome back. Right, we've got a treat for you. Joining us to go through the...
I can't see anything.
Joining us to go through the papers now is political commentator Emma Worth and journalist Andy Jones. Thank you both very much for joining us this morning. Right, what are we kicking off with this morning then? Hopefully, can you see now?
I can see now. It's lovely.
OK. Emma, let's start with you, shall we? Donald Trump has arrived last night in style. Our very own Beverly Turner travelling on Air Force One with him.
I know.
Very posh. Yeah. So what do you make of this?
Well, actually, I have to say, I didn't agree with your lovely commentator, Eric. I didn't catch his name.
Eric Ham.
Yeah, about half an hour ago. He was sort of making out that Trump was here and it was all a deflection from the Epstein story. Of course, the Epstein story is huge, and of course he's got a lot of difficult questions to address, to answer. He was coming anyway. He was coming anyway.
Yeah,
he was meeting. I think he's meeting our Prime Minister tonight, and we know. Look, Donald Trump doesn't pull his punches on immigration. He says what he means and he means what he says, and I think what he said to Bev was extremely clear. He said, you are in a mess about immigration, effectively, and you've got to stop this horrible immigration that is happening to Europe, many countries in Europe, and on immigration, you better get your act together. You're not going to have Europe anymore. And he's overstating it because he's Donald Trump. But he's sending a very, very clear message, and we've seen his actions since he came into the White House. And illegal immigration is down hugely. I mean, I read one stat that it was down 96% in the borders. It can't be that. It can't be that much. But it's certainly he didn't mess around with Rwanda and deterrence, did he?
Yeah, he gets. Whatever you think.
He's gone to action.
Yeah, whatever you think of him, he is a man of action, and that deterrent of people being physically deported, being put on planes,
working.
He sends people back. I mean, we're spending $1 billion a month on benefits for foreign nationals. $15 billion we're going to spend on housing asylum seekers over the next 10 years. That's 3 times more than originally predicted by the Conservative government. Around 1 million people arrived in the year up until December 2024. He's absolutely right. We do have to get a grip. And also, look at the economic cost. We've constantly been told immigration is a net benefit to Britain. It's great for Britain. We borrowed $20 billion last month, $14 billion just to pay the interest on the existing $3 trillion debt. We are on an economic precipice. And if you have migrants that come in that work, that contribute, absolutely fantastic, brilliant. If you have migrants that come in that don't contribute, don't work, don't integrate, massive.
I mean, the issue I've got with it is that we don't want to sound like we're so desperately intolerant.
Of course.
And yet we have reached this. This is what I keep thinking. All the people I talk to and people who would be, you'd look at and say were quite centrist and all the rest of it, who are just now going, I am tolerant. I am a thoughtful kind person.
But we are full. We are full, and this is changing, because it's not just the economics, and Andy, you set it out there brilliantly. It's this fact of the social unrest. We're seeing it sparking off all over the country now. We have seen protests happening, Bournemouth, Portsmouth, in Norfolk.
These are normal people. These aren't
absolutely. These are normal, and these are mums. Lots of them are mums and women saying that the area doesn't feel safe anymore. This is people expressing their concerns. So it isn't just the cost of it all. What are we doing? Moving people from hotels to this, or accommodation to moving, basically shuffling bits around the chessboard.
Britain has been incredibly tolerant throughout for many, many years. But when we're told that these are refugees, these are the most vulnerable people in the world, and they're all young men of a certain age, there aren't any children on those boats. We're not seeing children and families being put into these hotels. We're seeing 1,000 men, in some cases, being put into towns that only have a population of 10,000. That's a huge cultural impact. Story in the Daily Mail today about one hotel in Barbican, which houses only migrants, asylum seekers. 90 offences attached to this one hotel in just a few months. 41 individuals charged. One sexually assaulted a woman on a train. Another one raped a man in a public area. I mean, this is...
It's right by me. It's the Thistle Hotel well, and there are protests that are planned for this week, and then the protests have been cancelled by the police. It's a very, very... And where I live, it's changed the area. There are women I know, schoolgirls who cannot walk through central London.
This is what I don't understand.
Feel that British people are not being looked after.
That's the thing.
How can we be a welcoming country? How can we welcome people genuinely in need or in danger when we can't even look after our British people? That's why people are angry, I think.
Yeah, and that's why it's why, and this is going to play into Reform's hands hugely, because Nigel Farage, with his close relationships with Donald Trump, can say that he's the only one who could emulate what Trump has done.
Yeah.
And Nigel Farage is saying what people are feeling, which is... I mean, he said this week...
But then he's accused of just populism.
Of course he is. Oh, Nigel Farage is stoking the... fanning the flames, whereas when other people said... Lisa Nandy said, we are going to see the north of England go up in flames. Nigel Farage said, we are on the verge of civil disobedience on a vast scale. But two statements. But when Nigel Farage says it, it's sort of dog whistle, isn't it?
Just quickly on that story you mentioned, Andy, the chap who threw the TV out the window, it landed on another person's car, and that person complained. That's where the story comes from. That person whose car was smashed to pieces was himself a migrant who'd settled here legally. So it just goes to show that we are a welcoming country. We are very tolerant. We are, we are a mixture of faiths and cultures, etc. But he came here legally. That was the difference. He settled here, was paying his taxes, working hard. His car was damaged by people that are here. Many of them across the channel, therefore, are illegal.
Quite, and it's legal first and second generation immigrants who are now saying we've had enough as well. They've come here, they've arrived legally, they've paid tax, they've contributed, they've abided the laws. They haven't to live on the same streets as people who don't do any of those things. Britain hates people who jump the queue, people who don't obey our laws and order. I mean, we talk about we're a liberal democracy, that we're a liberal nation that protects women. We no longer do that. Protects children. We no longer do that. That we believe in democracy. Well, we have huge numbers of people come over who only believe in Sharia law. We have huge cultural, political and economic problems, and the big thing that links them all is very often unchecked illegal migration.
And are we either going to stand up for that? Are we going to stand up for our culture at this tipping point? Are we going to stand up and say, actually, we are proud of this and we do want to defend the British way of life, and that we don't want people... I don't want people veiled. I don't want people veiled head to toe. If that makes you... I don't think it does make you racist or intolerant or xenophobic. I think it's about saying what you feel is right for your country.
Yeah, but the ridiculous point we're in now is that saying you want Britain to have British culture... Some people will accuse you of being racist just for saying that.
Well, then...
But anyway, look, on that note, I'm going to stop you both. Fascinating as it is, you're going to be back in just a minute, but before we have more papers, here's the forecast of the top European hotspots.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Big contrast across Europe this weekend. Thunderstorms for Central Europe, cooler than normal in Spain, very hot across Greece and Cyprus. We've got a keen breeze continuing to blow through Portugal into the Canaries and Madeira. Plenty of sunshine for Spain, but actually temperatures limited, particularly towards northeast Spain. A few showers there for south of France, but the liveliest downpours will be through the Alps, and then it stays hot in Greece, at least until the start of next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
6:47 and we're going through the papers with Emma Wolfe and Andy Jones. Andy, can we have a look at the Telegraph? Men with prostate cancer are being turned away by GPs.
Yeah, men with prostate cancer have been turned away by GPs multiple times before they can get a diagnosis. New data shows almost 10,000 men a year are only diagnosed with prostate cancer after their third visit. They're going in, they're saying, I've got a problem, going in saying, can I get this checked? And then it's only noticed on the third time. 10,000 men.
So they're not actually getting the tests that they want?
No. This is a Telegraph campaign where they're trying to give... Telegraph trying to have a targeted screening system, rather like they do with breast cancer. Millions of women have breast cancer screenings a year. They're offered one every 5 years. Can we do a similar thing for men? 12,000 deaths a year from prostate cancer, which is ridiculous considering how treatable it is, particularly when it's caught early. And they need to have some organised
I do think it's appalling that there is no screening like we have for breast screening, for cervical screening. There is nothing comparable for prostate.
And this is really scandalous because we are constantly saying to men, and men don't go to the doctor, especially not if it's down there. We're constantly saying to men, get yourself checked after the age of 50. I know Dawn has my father had prostate cancer for about 20 years. It's a very slow-growing, very common cancer in older men. I think it's the most common cancer in men.
It is, yeah.
If you live long enough, you will get it.
Exactly. You die with it. My father died with it in his 90s rather than of it. You know, you just live with it. But it is treatable, but it can cause, really unpleasant symptoms. And if men are finally showing up and going to the doctor, they should be taken seriously.
The problem is, and this is the issue GPs have, is that the blood test, which is what you have primarily, isn't that reliable.
It's not that reliable.
And there's lots of false positives with it. But nevertheless, if you get a false positive, then you get put forward for an MRI or whatever.
Yeah.
And if you are turning up at the doctor with problems with the waterworks, you should be taken seriously. Whatever the GP is doing, and you're right, the PSA isn't that reliable.
But if you are over 50, you are entitled to it. I had one done not that long ago.
50, are you?
Believe it or not.
Wow.
Charmer. But because we had a guest on saying if you're over 50, you should get it checked. So I made an appointment. What a battle I had.
Yes.
Really?
I had to really put... Have you got any symptoms? No. Well, what do you want the test for? Because I'm entitled to it. And what if I'm not showing any symptoms?
Yeah.
I just want it checked.
That is shocking.
Yeah, I had to really, really push for it. It took ages to get it.
I think that's really, really bad because many men would just go, good, OK, I won't bother. I won't bother.
Yeah,
because of the squeamishness.
The thing has always been that men don't want to go, men don't want to get checked. But as Stephen's shown in that example, and 10,000 men going 3 times before they were diagnosed, lots of men are going, lots of men are being proactive, and they're not getting the treatment.
Yeah. And it's so important. It's 1 in 8 men will get prostate cancer, 1 in 4 black men over the age of 50, and it's nothing to do. You're not interfered with. It's a simple blood test.
It's a blood test.
Please go and get checked. The fight like Stephen has, it's really worth that.
Yeah, just put your foot down. You've got to put your foot down because you're entitled to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because if it's caught, you will live.
Talking of doctors and things, Emma, this strikes are underway. Day 2 today for the junior doctors, or whatever they're called, resident
doctors now. So 50... well, not resident, striking.
Well, yes.
Well, 50,000 of them went out on strike yesterday. They started their 5-day walkout, didn't they? Wes Streeting brilliantly said to, I can't guarantee there won't be any harm to patients. Well, yes, of course there's going to be harm to patients. He called it reckless and unreasonable. Let's just remember, junior doctors have been given a nearly 29% pay rise. That is way above inflation over the past 3 years. And now what they want is 29% more on their pay. And this is absolutely... I mean, of course it's going to harm patients. It's going to cause, cancelled, rescheduled appointments, operations, maybe non-life-saving operations, chaos in all sorts of parts of the NHS, and I think it's absolutely reprehensible. And it breaks the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. That's the basic oath that every doctor signs up to.
The other thing that's frustrating, I think, with Labour's handling of strikes in terms of trains is, ASLEF and the train drivers had massive train pay rises recently. I think train drivers are now on like 69,000, 79,000. ASLEF are about to go on strike again over the sacking of 1 colleague because of a safety issue. And we have this position where strikes happen. There isn't any mechanism put in place by government that says, OK, we'll give you this pay rise, but you have to allow changes in systems, advances in technology, improvements in training, and a promise that you're not going to strike again for X amount of time. And they just seem completely ill-equipped to do that.
Well,
we feel like every single summer, more strikes, more demands for pay rises across every single
and the moment Labour came in, I mean, Wes Streeting handed them this huge, inflation-busting pay rise within weeks, I think, of coming into power. The unions have them over a barrel. As you say, train drivers then got their pay hike with almost no conditions, strings attached.
Peter Kyle yesterday was saying to us, well, no, it was all perfectly reasonable at the time.
So why are they back for more?
I knew people down the pub who were just saying, well, they're going to be back for more in 12 months' time, and here we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then other public sector workers think, well, what about me?
I mean, and
I don't blame the nurses for thinking, well, what about us? You don't blame other parts of the public sector for saying, well, we'd like something closer to 10% or 20% if they're getting 29%.
Bus drivers. When was the last time bus drivers?
Well, yeah, I mean, playing devil's advocate here, doctors will say that they are very poorly paid compared to many countries around the world and in Europe, and they feel that they have had their pay downgraded, so they're only asking for what they've lost.
No, in real terms, Dawn, in real terms, their pay has gone up 41%. In real terms, they keep saying they want pay restoration back to 2008 levels, which, by the way, most of them were about 12 years old then.
Well, exactly, that's the issue.
They are.
I mean, they say in real terms since 2008 they've lost 20%.
OK, let's look at real terms for the rest of us then.
Well, exactly.
The rest of the world. We are going through, if not a recession, a cost of living crisis. OK, so wake up, because you're not going to get pay restoration back. I'd quite like to go back to 2008 and be, 18 again, or however old I was.
Yeah.
50. Yeah. I mean, for goodness sake, this is the real world. This is what's happening.
Before we go, can I just read this message out, because I feel it's important. This is Mick that's got in touch. My brother's funeral was last Thursday, 60 years old, prostate cancer. He was told his aches and pains and symptoms were due to COVID side effects of the jab. Eventually, when he was finally checked for prostate cancer, it was too late. Please, boys, just go get checked.
Insist. All right, you two, thank you.
See you next time.
See you later. Here's the weather with Aidan.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Plenty of fine weather around this weekend, but not all the time. There will be some rain, at least at first today, turning to showers, and in between a few sunny spells, not quite as warm as it's been over the last couple of days. Now, a lot of cloud across the UK this morning and showery rain here and there, more persistent rain into western Scotland, and then some heavy showers developing through northern England and increasingly eastern England, perhaps the odd thundery downpour. The best of the sunshine and dry weather will be towards South Wales and southwest England, temperatures reaching 24 or 25 Celsius. Then we go into Saturday night. Some longer spells of rain will reach western Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland, but it stays mostly dry across the south and southwest into Wales. Just the odd shower there across mid Wales, but showers still going through East Anglia, eastern England, and potentially over the Pennines as well as the southern uplands. Thicker cloud there for Northern Ireland. Western Scotland, some more persistent rain. As I mentioned, showers ahead of that, mostly dry for Shetland and Orkney, aside from the odd shower. And then really overnight, we lose the showers in most places, but the more persistent rain in western Scotland turns heavier for a time, particularly over western hills. And that will begin to feed into parts of Cumbria, as well as the northeast of Scotland as the night progresses. Further south, dry with clear spells. The best of any clear spells will be towards the southeast. A relatively warm night and a bright start there for the east and the southeast as we begin Sunday. A lot of cloud across the rest of the country. Dribs and drabs of rain into parts of northern England and the Midlands, turning into showers by the afternoon. Just about anywhere could catch a shower as the day wears on, but the heaviest downpours will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland. In between, some bright spells and feeling warm in any sunshine in the south, highs of 24 Celsius.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the final week to see how you can win big, as there's an incredible £54,321 in tax-free cash to be won. What would you spend it on? The holiday of a lifetime? Or just sit back, relax and remove some of those day-to-day financial stresses? Lines close on the 1st of August, so make sure you don't miss out. For another chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, weekdays from 9 p.m.
Should we be paying more for the BBC, do you think?
Yes, in the short term. It's for a cost of a cappuccino a week. You don't only get all the television channels, you get all the radio channels, local news, you get the websites, you get World Service, a significant amount of that. You've got a vast range of things. It's not just a television licence. And the BBC licence fee, in real terms, has gone down about 40% in 15 years. What I think we need is two things. One is an immediate increase, significant increase, so we stabilise the situation.
Go on, how much, Roger? What's the fee? Go on.
Hold on.
Well, tell me how much.
Then, secondly, hold on. We need to have a proper debate publicly about whether we want public service broadcasting, how we want to deliver it, and how we want to pay for it. The BBC has cut as much as it can. We should now have a public debate about what we want.
OK. All right, the BBC's cut as much as it can. I mean, grief. I would love to try to see the BBC try to operate on the kind of budget.
I thought you were chairman, objective chairman here. It was a head-to-head with this lady, and you were going to be an objective chairman.
Yeah, well, you decided not to answer any of my questions. But anyway, June, I'll put this one to you. Well, what do you think about the money?
Yes.
June, what do you think about the money being paid for the BBC? Should we pay more?
In 2020, you lost 80, let's have a look, 80,000. And then by 2023 to 24, that went up to 500,000 licence fees not being paid. That's because they don't want the product. A lot of the reason is the bias side of the news, which is why people watch GB News. The programme making, I can understand the creative part of it, but what you've got to look at from the public's point of view is they pay their licence whether they're using all those facilities or not.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. President Trump has landed in Scotland with a warning: act now, as immigration, he says, is killing Europe.
Indeed, he begins a 4-day visit touring his golf clubs and holding high-level meetings.
Well, Bev Turner was travelling with him and got us some exclusives.
I've had a crazy but memorable day accompanying Donald Trump on his journey from Washington on Air Force One. I have to tell you so much.
While in Scotland, the President is set to meet the Scottish First Minister and our own Prime Minister, with trade at the top of that agenda.
I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard, but he's a good man. He got a trade deal done.
But on Europe and immigration, the President had a warning.
On immigration, you better get your act together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together.
Yes, Sir Keir Starmer rejects calls to immediately recognise a Palestinian state despite pressure from over 200 MPs.
The doctors' strike is on its second day as they call for a 29% pay increase.
And the annual gathering for people passionate about countryside pursuits and the great British countryside, a celebration of rural life and the beauty of the British landscape. The Game Fair takes place today and our reporter Jack Carson will be there for us.
And here's some good news for you. Pubs will be able to open late tomorrow night so we can cheer on the Lionesses.
Is here, and there's a bit of everything in today's weather forecast. Some rain, some showers, but also some warm sunshine. Full details coming up soon.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Dawn Neeson, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Loads of you getting in touch on the whole prostate cancer issue. I mean, loads and loads of messages. People who have had relatives who've had a pretty bad way with it all, and people who haven't been diagnosed early enough. Jane says her husband pays about £30 for a private prostate test. So, I mean, that's not a bad way to do it if you can afford it.
Well, I mean, I was just saying before we came back on air that a person in my family, it was during COVID, weren't getting tests, so there were symptoms going on, nagged them to do it, they went to do it, 150 quid. I could have, it was expensive, but it was worth it. I mean, luckily I could afford it. Not many people can afford that. But, they wouldn't be here today if I hadn't have done that. So the fact that the NHS doesn't do regular screening for men, I am totally bewildered by. And the fact that men, yes, boys, please, listen, don't go and get tested. Force yourself. Stephen had to argue for his...
To argue for it, but it's a blood test.
Yeah.
I mean, the blood test is not perfect, but it's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing. It's better to know because you really will save your life. If you know, the sooner you know, the better it's going to be.
And if you need any other further tests, gents, they tend to do an MRI scan these days.
Yeah.
So don't panic.
It doesn't hurt.
Don't panic.
And it's really, really worth it. I can't
well, of course
stress
it is.
enough. Really,
because if you catch it early enough, you can do lots about it.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
I mean, 50, they say, is when you should start getting tested. But a friend of mine was diagnosed at 49 as well. So if you're in your late 40s.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. I mean, you think it's common sense, isn't it? But, it's just the way of the world that it's not that easy to get.
Unusually, it's sort of like, women have the cervical screening, we have our breast screening, that's all regular, 3 to 5 years, depending on your age. But they don't make the prostate screening for men a regular thing. Why not?
Because no one's pushed for it enough.
It's just mad.
No one's pushed.
Shout about it.
It is literally down to campaigning that all the stuff for women is happening.
It's just
literally why.
And it's and in the long term, we'll go about saving money for the NHS. In the long term, if we put a test in place that men had their prostates checked regularly and didn't go on to develop a cancer that that had spread and needed intense medical care, that'd save a load of money for the NHS.
Oh, it'd save a fortune.
No
but
brainer.
It's spending the money now, which we haven't got, which is always the issue. It's always the issue. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through on that, gbnews.com/your say. President Trump is in Britain. He arrived in Scotland last night. He's urged Britain to get its act together on illegal migration.
Yes, slamming what he called a horrible invasion. His warning that Europe could be lost unless illegal migration is brought under control.
Here's what he told Bev Turner last night.
On immigration, you better get your act together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together. Biden was a total stiff, and what he allowed to happen, but you're allowing it to happen to your countries. And you got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. This immigration is killing Europe.
But despite the president's swipe on immigration, he did praise the Prime Minister's trade deal and hinted at warmer ties ahead of his official state visit coming up in September.
I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard, but he's a good man. He got a trade deal done. And, you know, they've been working on this deal for 12 years. He got it done. It's a good deal. It's a good deal for the UK. So, no, I'll be seeing him tomorrow, I guess, tomorrow evening.
Well, let's head stateside and talk to the host of the People Politics podcast, Paul Duddridge. Paul, good morning to you. Nice to see you. What do you make of all of this? Because it's interesting. We don't like, as Brits, we don't like other foreign leaders interfering in our politics, and yet he's saying what a lot of people want to hear.
Yeah, I think we make an exception for Trump when he states the obvious. I think he's the exception that proves the rule. We don't like Obama coming over saying you're going to be at the back of the queue, but somebody coming in going, you got to do something about this immigration. We've done it. We had 0 illegal immigration across the border in May, so it is possible that you can do it there. I think a lot of people will be cheering him at home privately. You wouldn't know it in the media, but the way it's largely reported, but it's so great to see the reports coming out there on the item. It's wonderful to see him actually being, it's so great he gets off the plane and the first thing is like, you got to do something about the windmills and the immigration in this place. It's brilliant.
To be fair, our Bev Turner, who was flying over on Air Force One, she did put those questions to him, certainly about the immigration issue. And Paul, as you're aware, we have protests outside migrant hotels going on in this country at the moment, which could be awfully embarrassing for the Prime Minister if that does actually kick off this weekend. But obviously, the way Trump has handled immigration in the United States has caused enormous problems as well. It hasn't been easy, has it?
It hasn't been easy. What problems? I don't see that there have been any problems. There's just been an enforcement of the laws as they actually currently are on the books. It's
you
like
were kind of having riots in LA, to be fair.
Protests, yeah, but they were quashed because the federal authorities actually came and did their job. See, unlike a few years ago when we had the literal burning of cities, we actually had, I'm not far from where the protests were happening. They were short-lived because they were quashed quite quickly. What people are not used to seeing is law enforcement actually enforcing the law. All that's happening here is the laws on the streets are finally being enforced. I do take your point. I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm just going like, it's not as bad as you think. It's like LA got quiet quite quickly because they could see that there was a show of force actually addressing these issues that people voted for to be addressed. And so it certainly wasn't as bad as it's been reported. There were localized protests that were quite quickly resolved.
OK, Paul, we're going to leave it there because it's a slightly dodgy line, but thank you very much indeed. Appreciate your time today. I do think it is interesting at the moment with Trump heading over and what he says, because, again, it's this whole point that we are in this country now at a point where people are very frustrated. Whatever their actual sort of voting intentions are, they are frustrated by what is going on at the moment. And so, and Trump is sort of hitting the nail on the head with those comments. Now, you might not agree with Trump politically, generally. You might never have voted for him if you're in the States. You might be a Labour voter or anything else. But he's still making a point that a lot of people will resonate with. Now, what impact that has on Keir Starmer, what it's going to persuade him to do, I don't know. It'd be interesting to be a fly on the wall when they have that meeting tonight. It really would.
I mean, the problem you've got with our Keir Starmer at the moment is as soon as he starts to say something that does resonate with people, that they feel they aren't being listened to, they're worried about immigration, like the Island of Strangers comment, he has to go back on it. He gets shut down by his own party. So the conversations he's going to have with Donald Trump are going to be very, very tricky, certainly with the immigration thing, certainly with the issue of free speech as well, which is another thing Donald Trump's considering. It's the trade deal is like, OK, that's the headline grabber, but there's a lot more going on here that could be very, very embarrassing for Keir Starmer unless he plays the game right. It'd be very interesting to see how he handles it.
Yeah, and what comes out the other end of it. We shall find out, because we're covering it, of course, all very closely, as you would imagine. What we're also covering is the strikes that are underway at the moment. Day 2, the Health Secretary has vowed to minimise patient harm as that 5-day strike for resident doctors in England enters its second day. Thousands of British Medical Association members are on the picket lines demanding better pay. The BMA argues real terms pay has dropped 20% since 2008. The Health Secretary says the action is reckless and said the government would not allow the BMA to hold the country to ransom.
Yes. Meanwhile, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer has suggested President Donald Trump could consider pardoning her, arguing her 2022 conviction for conspiring with child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein was unjust due to a 2007 non-prosecution agreement. Her lawyer, David Marcus, has described President Trump as the ultimate deal-maker when he was asked about the possibility of a pardon for the disgraced socialite. Maxwell is, of course, serving 20 years for her role in sex trafficking minors for the financier.
And pubs across England and Wales will be open until, or at least have got the option to stay open until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning to cheer on the Lionesses as they face Spain in the European Championship final in Basel. The Home Office confirmed the extended licensing hours as excitement builds following England's 2-1 extra-time win over Italy in the semi. Fans are expected to spend about $184 million on food and drink.
Well, good for the pubs. I hope they do stay open, because the government's also doing a very good job of actually destroying the hospitality industry as well.
Well, yeah, it's a good boost.
Yeah.
And a good night out, and let's celebrate what the Lionesses are doing. They stand a decent chance tomorrow. Decent chance. It could be quite tight. Spain's a good side, but there is a chance. What are you looking at me like that for?
Name one Spanish player.
Oh, I don't know. name an
English player.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't follow it that closely.
Okay, so the weather might be good for it. Who knows? If you're going to an open pub garden to celebrate, let's find out what the weather's going to do for you. It's Aidan McGibbon with the weather.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Plenty of fine weather around this weekend, but not all the time. There will be some rain, at least at first today, turning to showers, and in between a few sunny spells, not quite as warm as it's been over the last couple of days. Now, a lot of cloud across the UK this morning and showery rain here and there, more persistent rain into western Scotland, and then some heavy showers developing through northern England and increasingly eastern England, perhaps the odd thundery downpour. The best of the sunshine and dry weather will be towards South Wales and southwest England, temperatures reaching 24 or 25 Celsius. Then we go into Saturday night. Some longer spells of rain will reach western Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland, but it stays mostly dry across the south and southwest into Wales, just the odd shower there across mid Wales, but showers still going through East Anglia, eastern England, and potentially over the Pennines as well as the southern uplands. Thicker cloud there for Northern Ireland, western Scotland, some more persistent rain. As I mentioned, showers ahead of that, mostly dry for Shetland and Orkney, aside from the odd shower. And then really overnight, we lose the showers in most places, but the more persistent rain in western Scotland turns heavier for a time, particularly over western hills. And that will begin to feed into parts of Cumbria, as well as the northeast of Scotland as the night progresses. Further south, dry with clear spells. The best of any clear spells will be towards the southeast, a relatively warm night, and a bright start there for the east and the southeast as we begin Sunday. A lot of cloud across the rest of the country. Dribs and drabs of rain into parts of northern England and the Midlands, turning into showers by the afternoon. Just about anywhere could catch a shower as the day wears on, but the heaviest downpours will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland. In between, some bright spells and feeling warm in any sunshine in the south, highs of 24 Celsius.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, it's the final week, less than a week, to see if you could be the winner of £54,321 in cold, hard, tax-free cash. Here's how you enter.
It's the final week to see how you could win big. It's our biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £54,321 in tax-free cash has to be won. What would you do with that? With all of that cash, you could just chill out, treat yourself and indulge in the finer things in life, somewhere like here, Downhall Hotel and Spa. You really could win the cash giveaway of the summer. Lines close at 4 p.m. this Friday, so make sure you don't miss out.
For another chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
OK, still to come, Sir Keir Starmer rejects calls to immediately recognise a Palestinian state despite pressure from over 200 MPs. And that's coming up next. This is GB News with Stephen and Dawn.
Welcome back to Britain's Newsroom with Andrew and Beth.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie is here.
I'm Michelle Duke, Britain's News Channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection. Tune in to GB News, anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Now, Sir Keir Starmer... Also, I've just kicked you. Do apologise.
It's fine.
I mean, honestly.
HR.
Well, good luck. There's a queue. So Keir Starmer is facing mounting pressure to formally recognise Palestine as a state.
Over 200 MPs from across the political spectrum have written to the Prime Minister criticising the government for its wait-and-see approach.
In response, Keir Starmer reaffirmed that recognition must be part of a wider plan and has vowed to pull every lever to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza.
Former Conservative MP Kevin Foster joins us now. Kevin, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Pulling every lever, what the hell is he even talking about? What does that mean?
Yeah, what does it mean? You know, let's be clear. The main parties in this dispute are not gripped by what the UK's foreign policy is. You know, in some of the various debates I sat through in the House of Commons, where people seem to think that what we debated and our decision on a non-binding motion was going to affect the whole situation. It wasn't. You know, we have moved away from being the world's superpower. We're not the global policeman, and our mandate in Palestine ended in 1948. And whilst, yes, we can make statements, have impassioned debates, ultimately, the two main parties are not looking to the UK for a lead in what to do.
No, and also, I mean, it's quite an ambiguous statement anyway. I mean, a Palestinian state, are they talking Gaza? Are they, which is what we seem to be looking at? Or are they talking West Bank? What are they actually on about?
Well, this encapsulates the issue. If we were to say, we're recognising a Palestinian state, then almost inevitably that would mean the government we're recognising is the Palestinian Authority. Well, they run the West Bank, as you've touched on. Gaza, where the concern is run by Hamas, who violently ejected the Palestinian Authority some years ago. So what is the plan for in any two-state solution? You actually need to have a Palestinian state. What is the plan for the Palestinian Authority to take back Gaza? We're going to just ask Hamas to leave and hand it back to them? That isn't going to happen. So those are advocating. There's also what is your plan for Gaza to actually come back under the Palestinian Authority? If you haven't got one, then this is, again, getting into gestures. And actually have some sympathy with what Keir Starmer's saying, which is that there isn't just one simple solution. But, yeah, what does pull every lever mean? It's just a catchphrase to say something.
I mean, Donald Trump did, I think, to a lot of viewers, certainly nail it when he was flying over before he got on the plane, when he was asked about Macron declaring that Palestine should be recognised as a state. I mean, Trump said, he's a good guy. Doesn't matter what he says, though. I mean, that's literally summing up what the people in Gaza and Palestine and Israel are going to think about this letter. It's like, well...
Yeah, absolutely. Benjamin Netanyahu did not get up this morning and think, 221 MPs have signed a letter. Best do something about it. No, he didn't. And ditto, neither did the Hamas leadership the other way around. So I think we do need to be real. Yes, there is an issue. Your heart goes out when you see pictures of things like starving children. And you see some impact for civilians on the ground, many of whom are not Hamas supporters, in the way, actually, there's a lot of Israelis who are not Benjamin Netanyahu supporters. We shouldn't just block the two countries. The idea is they all support their...
But I mean, the concern here is, and it's not to detract from the horror that was visited upon Israel on October the 7th, because which I think does get forgotten, actually. But by the same stroke, there is a sense in this country and elsewhere that Israel has overstepped the mark and there's not been enough political sanction as a result.
Well, there's people clearly concerned about the impact for civilians of the war in Gaza. In the same way as we should also remember there are still people being held against their will in Gaza today by Hamas, who were taken hostage on October the 7th. And actually, the music festival that was attacked would not have been the type of sort of political supporters of Benjamin Netanyahu. It'd be a bit like attacking Glastonbury to make a point about Boris Johnson.
It was a peace festival.
Yes.
It was literally a peace festival.
Yeah. So, there is... People are naturally concerned there, but there's no simple solutions to this. And just making gesture statements... And, Donald Trump's right, that President Macron can say all he wants. At the end of the day, it's not going to affect the situation on the ground.
While we've got you, can I ask you about... junior doctors, or what they call
resident doctors.
I mean, the name change is ridiculous. However, what are we to make of this? Because they seem determined, or the BMA at least, seems determined to plough on and say, we will not settle for anything less than an additional 29%, which is talking about a 60% pay increase, actually, in the space of 3 years.
Yeah, it's a completely unrealistic demand, and I think ministers are right to resist it. I think what I find quite interesting is, of course, Wes Streeting only a couple of years back when there were strikes was saying all you need to do was get round the table and it'd all be solved. Well, I think he's learnt the lesson of that now. But there was a 22% pay rise last year. The government's offered another 5% this year. I don't think 29% is realistic. I think in their heart of hearts, a lot of junior doctors will realise that is not a realistic position to have. But also, you need to look at it in the context of what's happening more widely with the public sector finances. I think in June we borrowed over $20 billion. That is not sustainable. And if doctors then got a 29% pay rise, well, what about nurses? What about everyone else working in the NHS? What about the wider public sector? At the moment, the funds are just not there. And the BMA will talk about, comparisons with other countries and others. OK, but in a lot of other countries, doctors are not publicly employed. They're not employees of a publicly owned health service. There are private sector-style terms and conditions that are applied for some of those pay rates. Are they up for that? Is that the sort of thing?
We always get the Australia comparison, don't we? Where lots of our doctors are going to work in Australia, which is partly privately funded. It's the dual system, isn't it? It's national healthcare and privately funded. Lots of people don't support this strike now, and there is 43% of the people in this country that think doctors should be banned from going on strike, like police officers are. Do you think that should be a thing?
I don't think there should be a much higher threshold. I don't support doctors going on strike. I think you do need to think about the impact for your patients. And also, by the way, the government's been right to move to end the situation where you go on strike, you create a backlog, and then you get paid overtime to deal with the backlog when the strike's over. But I think anyone who actually works in emergency service should really think to themselves, is this really the type of thing they should be doing? And it's very clear the doctors have lost public support. And actually what they could be doing is opening the door to what they claim they don't want, which is a radical change in how health services are provided in this country.
That's the worry, isn't it? Kevin, thank you very much for joining us this morning. That's Kevin Foster, former Conservative MP there. OK, and let us know your thoughts on that. We know lots of you got medical appointments that you're waiting for. gbnews.com/yoursay.
Right, still to come for you. It's a bit of a gear change, but as ABBA Voyage marks 3 years since its launch, we're asking if holograms are ruining live music. We'll debate that next.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Good afternoon, Britain. A cheerful lollipop man's signature high fives have been stopped in their tracks.
Oh dear. Well, Neil Cotton, believed by local children... sorry. I'll start that all over again. This is a chap called Neil Cotton, and he's beloved by local kids in Howden, East Yorkshire. And he's been told by the council to stop the friendly high-fiving gesture, all in the name of health and safety.
But many parents and motorists are calling it nonsense. No surprises there. So apparently this chap, 57 years old, he spent the last 2 years brightening up the school run in the East Yorkshire town of Howden. There he is. Looks like a nice guy, doesn't he? He has a cheerful attitude. He has his signature high fives. The children love it. The parents love it. He loves it. But no, the council says, get on with your job and stop the high fives.
This is the one area of employment where the council's trying to chivvy people on and get them to work harder rather than less hard. But I mean, what have we done in this country where we've sort of abandoned our sense of whimsy? I think adding a sense of whimsy to all jobs, I think, is a fundamental productivity measure, actually. I think if you're enjoying what you're doing, you're going to be doing it better. People are going to go into school or away from school with a smile on their face. What a joyful thing in a town in Yorkshire. I mean, amazing, brilliant. And yet, no, of course, the clipboards have to come out and the dour library monitor style individuals. I bet they're all library monitors at school. They've just got to tell people that they can't have fun.
Yeah, so the children have to be shooed along. They can't be distracted by such frivolities as a high five.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now, most of you will have heard of ABBA Voyage. It's not a concert where the iconic Swedish stars... well, it is a concert where the iconic Swedish stars are completely holographic.
It's like, I've been 3 times. It's like...
Have you?
It's amazing. It really is amazing. But I couldn't get my head round that it's holograms and AI, and you're kind of watching a high-tech cartoon.
Yes.
But not. You know what I mean? It's very, very strange.
Yeah, so is it... would you class it as a live music event or not?
Well, that's what we're asking this morning. Are holograms killing concerts?
Let's talk to music fan Johnny Rooney and music producer Nick Stewart. Johnny, let's start with you. What do you reckon? I mean, is this killing live events or not?
Well, do you know what? I went to watch a live event last night, Oasis at Wembley. Now, that's what you call a live event. What you're discussing there about ABBA, you mentioned it. It's a cartoon on stage. Do you know what I mean? That's all it is. It's technology on stage with a pre-recorded record with holograms that can't interact with the crowd, can't do much else. They'll sing. They look like they're in the 20s again. It looks magnificent, but it's not them, is it? Do you know what I mean? Look at that. I mean, that's technology at its finest. But I can put YouTube on right now, and I can put into chat GPT, write a song, and bang them holograms up, and they've got a new single. It's AI. It's ruining everything.
OK, Nick, what do you think?
1 second, sorry, I've had an interruption. Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, Johnny. Well, this is interesting because you see, the thing is this: we need to keep music going. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
That saxophone going off again, Nick.
Yeah, that bloody saxophone of mine. I do apologise, but I can't get rid of it. Okay. Right. What we need to do is to keep music going, and you know, everybody loves ABBA, and ABBA's music transfers itself to an entertainment like ABBA Voyager, and it's a cathartic experience for people that go. Now, if we didn't have this going on, if ABBA Voyager didn't exist, ABBA's music would be just confined to, as Johnny says, it would be confined to YouTube, it would be confined to the radio, it would be confined to the DSPs and all the rest of it. One of the things that live music has done the whole way through its existence, and we can go back all the way back to Mozart doing the magic flute, is to provide a strong visual entertainment to match with the music. And it's very interesting that in America, the next act to do this kind of thing is going to be Kiss. Kiss are going to do it. So it's all part of an entertainment, and it keeps the music of these acts alive. And I don't have a problem with it. I mean,
well, go on, Nick. Go on, Johnny.
Do you know what, Nick? What you just said there. Now, what about the well, not millions, what about the 100 ABBA tribute acts that have been around for a long, long time, that put on a really, really good show? They're independent. They've done it for years. Not many have complained. Seen them here in Liverpool, sell out the Empire, sell out the Echo Arena. They're live people, mate. These are not live people. You might as well get a robot on stage when Kraftwerk do We Are the Robots, and let Kraftwerk just do basically nothing.
Yeah, but Johnny, isn't there an argument here to say it doesn't have to be one or the other? If you want to see, you know, an event where it looks like you're watching the real band, what's wrong with that? It doesn't mean you're not going to go and watch Oasis at a later date.
No. What I'm saying is, right, some of these artists who are getting brought back as AI, I'm not even going to call it anything else. It's artificial intelligence that's booming something up. Right, so we're going to have a big, are we going to have a massive domino effect here? Are we going to see John Lennon playing his piano? Are we going to see the rest of the people who've been dead for years back on stage via hologram? It's do you know what? Just let these people be. I just do not understand where it's coming from. Are we going to bring Jimi Hendrix back? Are we? Do you know what I mean?
Nick, what would be the problem with doing that? I mean, I think in Vegas they've already done similar with Elvis.
I don't think the actual artist would improve. It would.
All right, Johnny, let Nick answer that.
Well,
go on,
Dawn's making the right point, which is that if you could put Jimi Hendrix and the Jimi Hendrix Experience on stage in a similar way, the queues would go around the block. I mean, it is possible now to do that kind of AI thing, and there are a whole generation of people who have listened to Jimi Hendrix, normally from getting it from their parents' record collection, who never saw him live, and they might like the opportunity. It's one stage better than going to see a film about Jimi Hendrix, because the sound and the whole experience of it is quite close to what it would have been like. I haven't got a problem with this, because as long as the music is kept alive for generations to come, using modern technology to entertain and encourage it, I'm fine with it. Absolutely fine with it.
I just don't agree with it, to be honest with you. I think the music should be kept alive by these artists, by records, by vinyls, which is a massive boom in the industry between all these younger people. Do you know what I mean? Can you not see the point what this might come to in the future?
But Johnny, the ultimate issue here is that you'll have to come to grips with, I guess, is that you're sort of you're outnumbered, aren't you? Because as Nick said, people are queuing up to see ABBA. People would queue out the door to see Jimi Hendrix or the Beatles. So people want it.
I'm totally outnumbered, mate. I know I am. I'm totally outnumbered by those above and all that, right? And all I'm saying is it's wrong. Now, what does this hold for indie bands, up-and-coming bands? Say they've been rehearsing all day, all night, for a year, and they've got shows on in town. But oh no, it Walters, ABBA the musical. Do you know what I mean? What hope have they got of selling their shows out? They've got none. So this is going to crush music, upcoming music. I'm all there for going and watching, a play, a tribute act. But upcoming music will be destroyed by this, by these holograms coming back. I seen one with Elvis. One of the very first ones that I ever seen was Tupac Shakur getting brought back on stage, rapping. I was like, wow, come on. Do you know what I mean? Come on. You know what I mean? Right. You've even got artists, like Frankie Valli, who are still rolling themselves out. He can't sing too much, but his presence is there. He's miming, yeah. His presence is there. Sorry for going off screen there. Just getting a little bit of...
No, it's all right. We like a bit of passion. But there we are out of time, I'm afraid. Johnny, Nick, thank you both very much indeed.
Cheers, man, and thank you. But I'd just like to say, live music is power.
OK. Well said. Well, loads of you getting in touch on this one. Emma says, if I wanted to see ABBA, which I don't, I'd just put them on the TV. The AI concerts don't cut it for me.
And the thing is, I would say in ABBA's defence there, they also have an incredibly good live band on stage with them, so it is live music.
Yeah.
You are giving work to young musicians, and I have to say they are brilliant, incredibly talented.
Tony says, I'd much rather watch a hologram of ABBA than watch Oasis live.
Oh.
Henry says, we have films about past events, it's the same difference. I mean, look, it's the way of it, and I think there's something quite special about seeing a band in their heyday, as it were. It's like a bit of time travel, isn't it? But Johnny's got a point. What you don't want to do is use it so that becomes everything, and therefore you squash new and emerging talent.
No, there's room for both. And while you will get people going to see ABBA, you will also have people going to see new live and up-and-coming bands. I took my niece, who's in her 20s, to see ABBA. She absolutely loved it. Went out and brought vinyl after it as Johnny mentioned the growth of vinyl. She's a youngster, she's buying vinyl. Then she goes to see a young indie band in a local pub.
Yeah.
They do both.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Keep your thoughts coming through gbnews.com/yoursay.
OK, still to come, Emma Wolf and Andy Jones will be here to go through the papers, but let's see what the weather's going to be like if you're off somewhere on holiday very soon. Here's the forecast for your top European destinations.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Big contrast across Europe this weekend. Thunderstorms for Central Europe, cooler than normal in Spain, very hot across Greece and Cyprus. We've got a keen breeze continuing to blow through Portugal into the Canaries and Madeira. Plenty of sunshine for Spain, but actually temperatures limited, particularly towards northeast Spain. A few showers there for south of France, but the liveliest downpours will be through the Alps, and then it stays hot in Greece at least until the start of next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destination forecast.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You've read the headlines, you've heard what those in power have to say. How about now we actually get to the truth?
They would pay attention.
We go beyond the political theatre and tell you what's really going on behind the scenes. For a massive council tax hike, one of the biggest in the UK. Others follow their lines, but we go off script.
You sound like a broken record, just like week after week.
Cutting through the narratives and giving you unique perspectives. That's Ben Leo Tonight, Saturdays and Sundays from 9 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Right, sorry, I just scooted off set there.
You did scoot off set. I'm having that effect. First you kick me and then you scoot off in that direction.
Yeah, well, yeah, so, you know, you have that effect on a lot of men. Emma Wolf and Andy Jones taking us through the papers. Good morning.
Yes, morning.
Sorry.
Andy's sitting quite close to me. Actually, not that close, but I mean, that's a bad example, really.
No, there's a metre and a half there. Emma.
Yes.
At the Telegraph, migrants could get empty homes. The Prime Minister was saying we've got loads of empty homes.
which
to give to migrants.
but not
committee meeting
British
the other
people.
day.
Yeah,
wasn't
funny
saying
that.
that in the run-up to the election when he was talking about the housing crisis.
No,
was
it's
it?
all very
It's
odd.
funny. It's like when there's no money. Oh, but there is money, but just not for British people. Anyway, yeah, obviously we know the government. I mean, we've been watching over the past week or so, and we should remember, actually, talking about social unrest and asylum and protests and immigration, we have got the Southport anniversary coming up on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that, in the context of the sort of social, you know, the things that are kicking off all over the country. Anyway, the government are desperate to slash the use of asylum hotels because they are becoming flashpoints for protests all around the country. So they're now seeking to kind of make partnerships. I can't imagine this is going to be popular with many local councils. They're seeking to make partnerships with local councils to kind of buy or lease vacant homes, vacant properties, flats, all of that.
There are the people desperate for houses.
People on
We have a
waiting lists for
housing
years
crisis.
on end.
Million people
in
waiting for a house.
unsuitable housing, people in damp housing, people who had one child and now have 4 children, British people who've been paying their taxes, who need a bigger council home, that kind of thing.
And also, these houses not been on the market then restricts the rest of the houses on the market and puts house prices up.
The issue with all of this is, and I get the fact that the government is under a lot of pressure over migrant hotels and they've said they're going to bring the numbers down. But the answer to this is not to close the migrant hotels and put them in other accommodation, it's to reduce the numbers.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
This, I think, is the issue with Keir Starmer finally acknowledging that we have an issue. I mean, he was talking the week about the problem of Britain fraying at the edges, is how he put it. But then he had this weird response, which was, it's about improving educational opportunities. And it was like, hang on, which bit of this don't you get? People are protesting because they are concerned about what is happening, not angry, but concerned about what is happening to their local areas, how that is changing, how it is changing the fabric of their lives, of their town centres, all of that. So the government, I'm not sure they get it, and I'm not sure they're responding.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about smash the gangs. The gangs are servicing the demand of people that want to come here. And so you're not going to smash the gangs by making more incentives to come. We've already got hotels, iPhones, easy black market economy work where people can get cash in hand work and have a good life here. And then you're swapping hotels for houses. I mean, a house is better than a hotel room. The other interesting thing Angela Rayner says in the same article, talking about buying council homes, giving them to asylum seekers, she wants to put a rule where if your home is vacant for more than 6 months, the council can seize it, which is an absolutely astonishing thing. I've never heard any...
And that is such overreach into a person's right to own a property.
Getting a place renovated now takes so long because there's a shortage of builders and workers. Getting things, planning permission for things takes an absolute age. 6 months, I mean,
So you're not allowed, I mean,
anything.
and I'll say this not as someone who has a second home in this country, but you're saying you can't have a second home?
Exactly, that's effectively what you're saying. That's effectively what you're saying, what they are
home,
saying.
the government will seize one.
Unless it's rented out.
Yeah.
Or rented to the council.
Seems like this and the taxes on farmers seem to be a really aggressive tax by this government to seize land, seize housing, seize as much assets as they can, and they're not giving it to people that need them. They're giving them to people who have newly arrived.
And Stephen's right, they're not dealing with the root of the problem, moving them from asylum hotels to somewhere else, to houses or empty flats.
It feels like we're trying to be hoodwinked. Yeah. But then you look at the statement over the Smash the Gangs thing, and there was a statement released earlier in the week when we were looking at it, and they were saying, you know, it's really important that we stop the criminality of these gangs. There was no mention of trying to stop the people coming here illegally. It was all about stopping the criminality of the gangs.
I know, and he has signally failed on that. We've had, I mean, those are the small boat crossings. We've had, nearly 50,000 crossings since Starmer came into office. So that is...
Yeah, it's up 24,000 we've had in so far this year, up 50% last year.
Yeah.
Shall we talk about another cheery subject, Andy? County lines gangs switch from drugs to phone thefts. Yay.
Yeah. Well, the reason why they're doing that is market forces, and the risk of detection with stealing phones is very, very small. So county lines gangs who go around the country selling drugs, setting up drug empires in small towns, villages, etc. They're now switching to stealing phones. Why are they doing that? Because the stolen phones market is worth £67 million a year. You can, if you steal a decent level iPhone, you can get around £400 400 quid for it. And what happens is it's stolen, it's given to somebody else, it's given to somebody else, all within the first hour of it being sold. They're then sent to depots, the Daily Mail's track this, outside Heathrow, outside Watford, where they're then packaged. They're sent abroad very, very quickly. And the reason why you get 400 quid for a phone is you can sort of sell it in 2 or 3 different ways. You can either sell the phone, oh, would you like a second-hand phone, good quality, or you can sell it and they can hack your data, they can steal your information, they can get into your bank account, and then they can even then sell it for parts. And so it's a product that you can sell 2 or 3 times over, whereas drugs you possibly can't. And also, if you're caught with a large quantity of drugs, you will quite possibly go to prison. If you're caught with a large quantity of phones, almost nothing.
Yeah.
And also, the person that steals the phone doesn't have the phone on their person for very long. It's then given to somebody else. And so you very quickly go from somebody who's stolen a phone and the police are after you, just, oh, I'm just somebody on a bike. And also, the other thing is, it's happening so many times.
I think a phone is
that
stolen.
People aren't even stealing.
Something like
people
every
aren't even
6
reporting
seconds
them.
in London.
Yeah, 80,000 phones taken a year in London.
I hate discussing this because every time I say everybody I know has had a phone stolen. I've never had my phone stolen yet, and every time you say that, you think it's going to happen today.
See, I have to say
the amount of times you take it out in the street, even though we know everybody I know has had their phone stolen in London, and I mean big guys just snatched off them, but you just take it out for 1 second and someone's past you on an electric scooter, on a bike.
I find that very scary.
Have you guys?
Well, I mean, I don't live in London, but I don't know anyone who's had their phone stolen.
Oh, OK. No, everybody I know...
Right, so is it a particular
I've had
London
mine stolen.
problem?
I think...
And Dawn, you are tall and you are not a little old...
It happened on a very busy area outside a train station, as many of them do.
Oh, someone just snatched it?
Well, no, it was actually in the back of my rucksack. So they didn't snatch it out of my hands. I don't think anyone would be that stupid. But the police were very, very good. But one of the first things they said to me was, well, that is a very expensive bag, madam. And it's like, what the hell's that got to do with anything? It's like, it's your fault because you got an expensive bag. And by the way, it wasn't that expensive, but that's not the point.
To sort of, well, you were wearing a very short skirt.
It's victim shaming. It's like, well, hold on a minute.
So basically, well, people don't go out in central London with expensive watches, with expensive jewellery anymore.
The incredible thing about the phone thefts as well is nearly all modern phones have tracking on them. If you told the police, if you told the police 20 years ago, you'll be able to track a phone and know exactly where it is at any given time. They go, oh, well, there'll be no phone theft.
Yeah.
I mean, now phone theft, despite you being able to tell the police, my phone's been stolen, it's at this address, they don't retrieve it, they can't go.
Andy, people's cars with trackers in are being stolen and the police are not going. People are stealing their own cars back.
Yeah, I know.
That is how far we got. They've got the expensive trackers inside the car. They can see that it's on the other side of London, and they are going there with their brother-in-law or whatever and stealing their own cars back. That is how much the police have given up on basic crime.
Crazy. Well, talking about crime, Emma, in the Mail this morning, crime at home for parents and their pesky, awful children.
Yeah, can I just start crying? We are at the start of a very... You guys are OK. All of you are OK. Very long summer holidays. From Wednesday, I've done 3 days. We've done 3 days of the summer holidays. I said goodbye to my sanity on Wednesday. That is it. It is 7 weeks. But you know what I tell myself? In Latvia, the summer holidays are 13 to 15 weeks. In Italy, it's 11 weeks. In Bulgaria, it's 13 weeks. In France, it's 8 weeks. It's only 6.5 weeks here.
Right.
But yeah, children are basically running mayhem, running riots in the houses. They are drawing all over the furniture, damaging appliances, getting toys stuck down the lavatory. This is a kind of survey. How much damage do children cause in your homes? But I would humbly suggest they cause a lot more damage to one's sanity.
Ah, there you go. You're not worried about any of this, then?
Oh, I mean, yeah, my place, which used to be pristine, white walls, everything, my 5-year-old has wrecked it. He has wrecked it. And I say to him, I'm just going to wait until you're 18 and you move out, and then I'm going to redecorate.
That's a brilliant advert.
Everything.
It's a brilliant advert. I can't remember what it's for
on the living room floor that used to be beautiful and wooden, and are now sort of little tractor ruts everywhere.
Well, you wait till Ludo is a grown man, then you go around to his house and you behave exactly how he behaved when he was a little boy.
I'll just get my hand covered in oil and just put it down his living room wall. I mean...
Oh, dear. Your wall's a disgrace.
No, they're not. But when you are used to having something absolutely beautiful and everything is just bashed here and bashed there...
Does he jump on furniture?
Oh, yeah, all over the sofas
Come
and
on,
everything.
who didn't jump on the bed as
I didn't. I didn't.
But you know what it's doing to the spring. I'm like,
we were told.
Don't jump on the bed.
And make tents with the sheets. Did you used to do that?
We
as
do.
well?
We do forts. We do blanket forts.
So we all did it as kids. It's a great part of childhood.
But we were
No one
told
moaning.
you didn't mess with because Mum was a teacher, so she put the teacher's voice on. Ooh, you don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Well, parents used to have some kind of discipline, and now they don't. Now they just look at you and quote you their UNICEF human rights.
My mum had a stick.
Right, you two, thank you very much indeed. We shall see you a little bit later on.
Yep.
It's Aidan with the weather, I think. Yes, it is. Here he is.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Plenty of fine weather around this weekend, but not all the time. There will be some rain, at least at first today, turning to showers, and in between a few sunny spells, not quite as warm as it's been over the last couple of days. Now, a lot of cloud across the UK this morning and showery rain here and there, more persistent rain into western Scotland, and then some heavy showers developing through northern England and increasingly eastern England, perhaps the odd thundery downpour. The best of the sunshine and dry weather will be towards South Wales and southwest England, temperatures reaching 24 or 25 Celsius. Then we go into Saturday night. Some longer spells of rain will reach western Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland, but it stays mostly dry across the south and southwest into Wales, just the odd shower there across mid Wales, but showers still going through East Anglia, eastern England and potentially over the Pennines as well as the southern uplands. Thicker cloud there for Northern Ireland. Western Scotland, some more persistent rain. As I mentioned, showers ahead of that, mostly dry for Shetland and Orkney aside from the odd shower. And then really overnight, we lose the showers in most places, but the more persistent rain in western Scotland turns heavier for a time, particularly over western hills. And that will begin to feed into parts of Cumbria, as well as the northeast of Scotland as the night progresses. Further south, dry with clear spells. The best of any clear spells will be towards the southeast, a relatively warm night and a bright start there for the east and the southeast as we begin Sunday. A lot of cloud across the rest of the country. Dribs and drabs of rain into parts of northern England and the Midlands, turning into showers by the afternoon. Just about anywhere could catch a shower as the day wears on, but the heaviest downpours will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland. In between, some bright spells and feeling warm in any sunshine in the south, highs of 24 Celsius.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the final week to see how you can win big, as there's an incredible £54,321 in tax-free cash to be won. What would you spend it on? The holiday of a lifetime? Or just sit back, relax and remove some of those day-to-day financial stresses? Lines close on the 1st of August, so make sure you don't miss out. For another chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
French authorities first seized the Lady T, and that's an Eastbourne-based fishing vessel. And next, they fined its skipper, Philip Edwards, €30,000 to release his boat. Now, the Lady T, operating legally under UK jurisdiction, was intercepted by a French patrol ship near the Somme Bay. Now, the incident has sparked massive outrage among British fishermen and is renewing calls for the government to stand firm against French overreach in national waters. Well, I'm delighted to say I'm now joining with Charlotte Edwards, who's the husband. Husband Philip is the skipper of the Lady T and is out fishing right now. Charlotte, welcome to the show. I've got to say, here at GB News, we are hugely supportive and appreciative of British fishermen and fisherwomen. Do a fantastic job. So if you're nervous about the interview, please don't be. I want to ask you how on earth this happened. I mean, there's been a lot of talk, for example, that the Lady T didn't have the correct paperwork, it was fishing illegally, and the French decided to pounce. What's the reality?
The paperwork just slipped through. It was an admin error. The other two boats had the permits, and unfortunately, his didn't at the time. He wasn't in as far in as they said he was. He was about 800 metres in their water. He wasn't near the 12-mile.
He was intercepted by the Pluvier. That's a French Navy ship. No, by the way, the sort of French Navy ships that just seem to give an escort to illegal dinghies coming into British waters, suddenly pouncing into action. The only boat they've managed to stop seems to be the Lady T.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. President Trump has landed in Scotland, but he has a warning. Act now, he says, as immigration is killing Europe.
He begins a 4-day visit touring his golf clubs and holding high-level meetings.
But while in Scotland, he'll meet the First Minister, but also the Prime Minister, with trade at the top of the agenda.
I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard, but he's a good man. He got a trade deal done.
But on Europe and immigration, Trump has warned us to act now.
On immigration, you better get your act together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together.
Well, meanwhile, Sir Keir Starmer rejects calls to immediately recognise a Palestinian state, despite pressure from more than 200 MPs.
And meanwhile, the resident doctors' strike enters its second day as they call for a 29% pay increase.
The annual gathering for people passionate about countryside pursuits and the great British countryside. It's a celebration of rural life and the beauty of our landscape. It's the Game Fair. It takes place today, and our reporter Jack Carson will be there with his flat cap on.
Yay, and pubs are granted the right to late opening so fans can cheer on the Lionesses in tomorrow's European Championship final.
Is here, and there's a bit of everything in today's weather forecast. Some rain, some showers, but also some warm sunshine. Full details coming up soon.
Just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Dawn Newsom, and this is GB News Breakfast.
I don't know what you're moaning at.
You've kicked me under the table for a start this morning.
It was an accident.
You're edging further away in the studio.
I can't get any closer.
Well, but you were edging away.
Well,
and you were caught on camera edging away.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, and you hate my chit-chats. She's not a fan of my chit-chats.
No, I do love your chit-chats. Who wouldn't love your chit-chats? They just can be a bit random.
Of course, that's the fun. Brits abroad this hour.
Yes.
And we are terrible for it, but there's a new survey out. More than half of us resort to pointing at a menu when we're abroad rather than trying to speak the language. 54% of us just go, por favor.
Por favor, yeah.
Or whatever.
And I found if you say whatever you're trying to say louder, they will automatically understand you.
Exactly. 26% admitted talking slowly in English to try to be understood. 44% ask a local if they can speak English before they even try to speak in the right language.
I must admit, I mean, we went to Ibiza an awful lot, and one of my closest friends lives in Ibiza, and my Spanish is... I did try, to be fair, I did try. I mean, my English ain't great, but the Spanish was just like dreadful.
I think it's quite nice to try.
I managed the Vesa.
The Vesa.
Whatever, I can't even say that right, can I?
You can't say that right.
Vino Tinto.
Dino Tinto?
Vino Tinto.
Oh, Vino Tinto.
Yeah, Dino. It's a dinosaur, isn't it?
Vino. Yeah.
Vino.
What in Spanish, though?
Yes.
Vino.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know.
Tinto. No.
gbnews.com/say if you have an opinion on how we talk to foreigners abroad.
Oh, I think we are going to have a proper word with you. I think, anyway, this is all down to a phone company, actually, because they are very clever now with their translate things. You can say stuff and it comes up in the right language.
Exactly, you can just talk into your phone and aim it at someone and it's done.
Yeah, very clever.
Your vino tinto's there before you know it.
We're going to be talking Trump shortly, but first, Sir Keir Starmer is facing mounting pressure to formally recognise Palestine as a state.
Yeah, over 200 MPs from across the political spectrum have written to the Prime Minister criticising the government for its wait-and-see approach.
Well, Sir Keir reaffirmed that recognition must be part of a wider plan and has vowed to pull every lever to deliver humanitarian aid.
Former political advisor Lauren McEvitt joins us now. Lauren, good to see you this morning. Thank you for coming in on a glorious Saturday morning. I have no idea what the Prime Minister is saying with that phrase, by the way, pulling levers. What does that mean he's actually going to do?
Well, there's a rumour that there's going to be an RAF aid airdrop into Gaza. I think he's quite right, by the way, not to rush into recognising the state of Palestine. I think that this is a remarkable gimmick from President Macron, who has very little left on his domestic agenda to sort of salvage a reputation, and all he's got is international levers he can pull. And saying that he's going to recognise Palestine in September, I think, is a mistake.
But as what?
As a state.
Well, yes, but how? I mean, because it's...
So within the United Nations, a new state can really only be formed by recognition from other parties at the UN.
But then who would they be recognising? Would they be recognising...
This is the question. Do you recognise the Palestinian Authority, or do you recognise the authority of Hamas, who are still in charge of Gaza? And part of the problem with listening to, for example, the Palestinian Refugee Agency, UNRWA, about the statistics on what's going on in Gaza is we know that UNRWA has a huge number of Hamas operatives working within it, and Israel are concerned about really anything getting into Hamas hands. It seems like from the negotiations that have been going on in Qatar, Hamas are not looking really for a truce, that negotiations on hostage return are not going particularly well, and the Israeli team have gone home this weekend for further consultations. At the end of the day, a terrorist organisation is running the Gaza Strip, and everything that you do to aid them prolongs a war that they should capitulate on.
Well, this is what Israel is saying, isn't it? Basically, if you recognise a Palestinian state, in effect, you're rewarding Hamas, who, by the way, are still holding hostages.
Yes, they are.
And and Hamas's avowed intent from day one has to be destroy Israel, to destroy the state of Israel.
Yes, Hamas does not wish to see Israel continue as a state. Israel has a public relations issue in that it has the Iron Dome. And the Iron Dome protects Israel incredibly well from the rockets that Hamas continues to fire into Israel. But what it does is show the rest of the world that Israel isn't under attack. Israel is under attack daily from the Gaza Strip, from Hamas. And the Iron Dome is effectively a good shield for Israel physically and a terrible shield for Israel on a PR front, because they remain under attack from Hamas.
I mean, what is crazy about this as a proposition then is, I mean, you may fundamentally disagree with how Israel has responded to the attacks. You may have real concerns about the humanitarian crisis.
Absolutely.
All that is legitimate. But actually, coming forward with this proposal still doesn't make any sense.
And it doesn't move the ball forward at all, because all it does is promote Hamas, and it doesn't actually solve the issues of the border crossings with Egypt and Jordan remaining closed, where there's aid waiting to get into the Gaza Strip. And it doesn't deal with the fact that the Palestinian Authority is not in control of Gaza. So what are you going to do, recognise the Palestinian Authority in control of the West Bank and recognise Gaza at the same time? If you do, you recognise Hamas formally as a government. And that's something we never did with ISIS, we never did with Al-Qaeda. You know, this is saying that a terrorist organisation.
Exactly. So this letter that 200 MPs have written, I mean, is it just basically political virtue?
Yes.
I care about Gaza. We all care about people. You know, we see these horrific pictures of, you know, women holding their babies, etc., etc. We all care about that. But this letter is just like, is it political virtue signalling?
I think it probably is. I think that the Labour Party have a problem with their left, that Keir Starmer is not unaware of this creation of this new political party, the name of which we don't quite know yet, although I've heard some remarkably good suggestions. Including Fruit and Nut, which was one of my favourites.
Yes.
I think the Labour Party has a problem with its left on Palestine. It's staring down the barrel of a reform-shaped issue on the left with a new party that looks like it could take 10 to 15%. It's going to, were it to launch in Wales as well, it would blow a hole in the Labour Party's campaign next year for the Welsh Senedd elections. And I think that Keir Starmer is therefore under a lot of pressure, and I'm pretty impressed, actually, that he's holding off from that, because part of that pressure comes from David Lammy in the Foreign Office, who's obviously, I think, slightly to the left of Keir Starmer. But I think the Prime Minister has actually shown some mettle here in saying no, recognition is not necessarily the right way forward.
Why aren't these... Just one final question, sorry. Why aren't these politicians, Lauren, writing letters about the situation in Sudan, where we know people are... We see horrific pictures coming from Sudan as well, and the situation of Christians being murdered in Africa? Why aren't there letters about that?
The issue with Palestine and Israel has always inflamed more people on the left and on the right than any other global issue. And it's always been strange to me because we have so many people crossing the channel from Sudan. There was on GB News an exclusive, what, about 4 or 5 months ago, about the number of Sudanese people crossing over the channel.
But Israel is an ally. It's an ally, isn't it? That's well, so is South Sudan, that, you know, the United Kingdom was fundamental to the creation of. Sudan is a former colony. It's a country that was decolonised pretty poorly by the United Kingdom. You know, the South End wanted to remain away from the North End, and had we elected to do that, there would have been significantly less violence over the last 70 years. So it remains perplexing to me that these people aren't signing big open letters and making as much of a song and dance about what is arguably an even worse humanitarian crisis.
Indeed. Lauren, thank you very much for joining us. With to you next hour, I think. Thank you very much, Lauren McKevitt there.
Right. President Trump is urging Britain to get its act together when it comes to illegal migration.
Yeah, slamming what he called a horrible invasion. He's warning that Europe could be lost unless illegal migration is brought under control.
Well, here's what he told Bev Turner.
But on immigration, you better get your act together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together. Biden was a total stiff, and what he allowed to happen, but you're allowing it to happen to your countries. And you got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. This immigration is killing Europe.
But despite the president's swipe on immigration, he praised the Prime Minister's trade deal and hinted at warmer ties ahead of his official state visit in September.
I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard, but he's a good man. He got a trade deal done. And, you know, they've been working on this deal for 12 years. He got it done. It's a good deal. It's a good deal for the UK. So, no, I'll be seeing him tomorrow, I guess, tomorrow evening.
All right, let's head to Glasgow, should we? Bev Turner is there for us. Morning, Bev. How was Air Force One?
Morning, guys. Air Force One was incredible. I was one of 13 representatives of the media. There are these 13 precious seats on Air Force One. I've been in Washington, D.C. all week preparing for the Late Show Live that I'll be doing for GB News from September from Washington. And so the timing was fortuitous that I could get one of these seats back here to Scotland. It's an interesting experience. It isn't as glamorous as you might think. It's more maybe premium economy than business class, you might say. But the atmosphere on the plane was great. And then, of course, we got off yesterday, jumped in the cavalcade, and that was remarkable, just speeding through the streets of Scotland. And contrary to what you might hear on other news channels, there were not protests on the streets of Glasgow last night. There were many people with huge signs, MAGA signs, welcome to Scotland, Donald Trump. Lots of people very pleased to have him here. And of course, he's here to open a new golf course on Monday in Aberdeen. And last night we all arrived at Turnberry, the golf course that he already has. Of course, he said it was the best golf course in the world, but the king of superlatives would say that, wouldn't he? And then we arrived here last night, and I'll be waiting for my instructions as to whether we can get to see the president again this morning. So it's been a wild 24 hours.
But how fascinating to be on that Air Force One. And do you get access to the president when you're on, or is he literally in business class up the front end?
So the way it works with Donald Trump, and I think this is very unusual for American presidents, is that he will decide whether he comes and talks to the press or not. So the journalists, the media, the photographers, we were on the plane, we waited for about an hour. He was running a little late. He was chatting on the lawn of the White House. And then when he arrived in his helicopter, we all get taken down onto the tarmac, onto the runway. And then he decides whether he comes and says hello or not. Yesterday, he didn't. He just kind of waved to the press and gestured, "I'll talk to you when we get on the plane." We got on the plane, and in fact, he didn't come back and take part in what they call the gaggle yesterday. But then he did come at the end of the flight when we all got off the plane, stood on the runway. He then came over and spoke to us for quite a long time, actually. I managed to get 2 questions in, the one about immigration, which is leading all the papers and the headlines this morning, so I was very pleased to get a response from him on that. And I also asked him about free speech, which is when he talks about Keir Starmer and the fact that he has a lot of respect for our Prime Minister. One might say he would say that, wouldn't he? But he did seem quite genuine about the fact that he does have respect for Keir Starmer. And as he said, they're going to be talking this weekend, possibly tonight, possibly Monday morning, and discussing who knows. I did ask him about immigration. What advice would he have for the Prime Minister in terms of our illegal immigration? And of course, Donald Trump has made that an enormous success story for him in America. It was part of his manifesto, part of his platform that he ran on, is that he would solve the illegal immigration issue on the southern border with Mexico. And as he said to me yesterday, we didn't have one person enter the country illegally last month. Now that is incredible compared to the situation that we are struggling with here in this country. And I have to say, some might say, well, Donald Trump would say that, wouldn't he? Even the left-wing media in America were reporting that this week as fact. Not one person entered the country illegally, and that is an incredible triumph.
Interesting thing is that, I mean, Keir Starmer's not going to turn around and say, well, I've chatted to Donald Trump and I'm going to implement some policies similar to his. But what will be interesting is how much he does actually quietly take on board, and how we might see policies shift over the coming months. Because it's quite clear, smash the gangs as a policy is making no difference at all.
That's right, and I think, Stephen, what you've hit on there is this notion and this question, is Keir Starmer going to listen to Donald Trump? And when it was announced that during the state visit in September, Donald Trump will not be speaking at Parliament, yes, they are in recess, and as Nigel Farage said, they could recall the House so that they could hear from him. I thought that gave the impression that maybe Keir Starmer isn't that interested in hearing what Donald Trump has to say about that issue. And that will make the British people very angry, because repeatedly the issue of illegal migration, the unfairness of that, the fact that we are spending so much taxpayers' money on housing people that come here without a right to do so, regularly tops the polls of the most concerning issues for British people. It's absolutely critical that Keir Starmer listens to Donald Trump on that particular issue, because I think he has a lot to learn, and Donald Trump, frankly, has made that look easy.
Bev, finally and quickly, we are expecting a lot more protests outside migrant hotels this weekend. If we do see any more unrest, that's going to be quite embarrassing for Keir Starmer with Donald Trump in Scotland.
It is, Dawn. It's the pincer move, isn't it? It reflects very badly on Keir Starmer, whilst at the same time he has to sit across the table from someone who's absolutely solved that particular issue. Do you know what you won't see this weekend as much as you might think? I saw a little bit of the BBC coverage of the Trump visit this morning as I was trying to wake myself up in my bedroom with my jet lag, and I was shocked to see how much they were focusing on there will be protests against Donald Trump. As I say, when we arrived last night, not a sniff of a protest, nothing but welcome for the president. Yet again, it feels that some areas of the media are very much out of touch with the British public.
OK, Bev, thank you very much indeed. We'll catch up with you later. Try and grab another coffee, keep yourself going, and bask in the fact that you have travelled on Air Force One, which is something most of us can only dream of. Fabulous stuff. Thank you very much indeed.
I tell you what, guys, I did... OK.
No, keep going. We've got you.
No, I was going to say, there aren't many souvenirs from Air Force One. The temptation might be to snaffle whatever you can in your bag. But what I did get was a couple of packets of the very famous Air Force One branded M&Ms. Little packets of M&Ms, and they have the Trump signature on them. They were my little memento. I brought those home, and a lovely little card, because you don't get a boarding pass. It's not like a normal plane, so you get read out your name on a piece of paper like you're arriving for a school trip. There's elements of it which are incredibly prosaic and really charming, actually. But when you get on your seat, there's a little piece of paper that said, Ms. Turner, welcome to Air Force One. And I thought, I'll take
Bev,
that.
I'm going to have to ask now, what was the food like?
It was awesome. So we got on and we had breakfast, which was 3 soft tacos, Dawn, with scrambled egg. And then they brought us later some bruschetta and chicken, and it was really lovely. And coffee in little plastic cups, which have, again, the Air Force One, the President's logo on the coffee cup. So, yeah, we were very, very well looked after.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, I'm very jealous. And you're flying back on Air Force One as well, Bev, aren't you?
I am. I'll be back on Air Force One on Tuesday, and then pretty much straight back on a flight back to London. But yeah, it's an honour, it's a privilege, honestly. And this week has been a really fascinating experience being in Washington and just getting ready for the show, as I say, that will start in September, because there's a huge amount of news from the other side of the world that we need to bring to the GB News viewers and listeners. We know how much our GB News viewers are fascinated and how much they understand that, you know, Donald Trump splashes his feet in the water in the sea over there, and the tidal wave lands on our shores on every issue. And we are in very interesting political times here. As you say, there are so many British people who are protesting about various issues. Whether you're a billionaire or a Birmingham bin man, frankly, there is some reason to be dissatisfied in this country. And yet the American people are sitting there, even those who aren't pro-Donald Trump, going, my goodness, what he has done in 8 months is incredible. I was talking to one Trump insider this week who said to me, he said, we have done so much. Sometimes we don't know what we're going to do for the next 3 years. We're going to have to come up with other things to do, because they're winning on the inflation, they're winning on the economy. Yes, Donald Trump has some areas of conflict with the Fed in terms of what they're going to do with the interest rates, etc. But on the whole, people in America are feeling like they have a sense of hope. And let's hope Donald Trump brings a little bit of that to Scotland this weekend.
Well, we've had a few suggestions, Bev, about what Donald Trump can do if he runs out of time. Let's come over here and run the United Kingdom.
Yes.
Well, quite. And one of my questions was going to be to him, you know, are you here to save us? But we'll see how much contact I get this weekend. I'm hoping that we'll have some more conversations with him over the weekend. He's got golf to play, of course. He's got his son Eric here as well, who's a big golf fan. There are complaints on some of the media that Turnberry has been turned into a fortress, a security fortress. Well, guess what? If you have the most powerful man in the world, you have to put some fences up. And I think that's okay. You know, the Americans are here. They're bringing jobs to Scotland. They're bringing investment in the area. I mean, let's be positive about this trip, shall we?
OK. Bev, thank you very much indeed. It's interesting that we're not here, certainly on this side of the pond, we don't hear that. There will be people who are very dissatisfied in the States. Of course, yeah. Because, you know, it's politics. It's
we've seen civil unrest as well in America.
But what we're not getting over here is a real sort of sense of narrative from the Democrats as to what they're unhappy about.
Yeah,
they haven't got a great deal to say in some respects. I mean, it'll change when it comes to the midterms.
Well, yeah, but he's getting things done. Or we're getting...
My question would be to him, if it was that easy to stop illegal migration, why didn't you do it in the first 4 years?
Well,
it was all about build the wall, wasn't it, that never got completed and all the rest of it. So why has he managed to do it now? What's changed?
He would argue that he didn't have enough time to put it into practice, and maybe that was like laying the foundations of the wall. See what I did there? See what I did there? And then sort of like, you know, now he's had a chance to do it properly. Who knows? But Bev looks amazing. I mean, that woman has been sitting on a flight, got out reported this morning.
She's been sat on Air Force One.
I know,
it's not the same as you and me sat in capital class.
It's a normal plane, though. Air Force One only becomes Air Force One when the president's on it. Apart from that, it's a normal plane.
Well, it's kitted out differently on the inside.
Oh, it's premium economy. It's kitted out where Trump is a bit nicer.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're not going to know. We're not invited on.
It's got a bedroom in the nose.
But no, that's not what Bev... Well, I'd hope that's not what Bev was. I mean, that would be a good exclusive, wouldn't it?
Here's the weather.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Plenty of fine weather around this weekend, but not all the time. There will be some rain, at least at first today, turning to showers and in between a few sunny spells, not quite as warm as it's been over the last couple of days. Now, a lot of cloud across the UK this morning and showery rain here and there, more persistent rain into western Scotland, and then some heavy showers developing through northern England and increasingly eastern England, perhaps the odd thundery downpour. The best of the sunshine and dry weather will be towards South Wales and southwest England, temperatures reaching 24 or 25 Celsius. Then we go into Saturday night. Some longer spells of rain will reach western Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland, but it stays mostly dry across the south and southwest into Wales, just the odd shower there across mid Wales, but showers still going through East Anglia, eastern England and potentially over the Pennines as well as the southern uplands. Thicker cloud there for Northern Ireland, western Scotland, some more persistent rain. As I mentioned, showers ahead of that, mostly dry for Shetland and Orkney aside from the odd shower. And then really overnight we lose the showers in most places, but the more persistent rain in western Scotland turns heavier for a time, particularly over western hills. And that will begin to feed into parts of Cumbria as well as the northeast of Scotland as the night progresses. Further south, dry with clear spells. The best of any clear spells will be towards the southeast, a relatively warm night and a bright start there for the east and the southeast as we begin Sunday. A lot of cloud across the rest of the country. Dribs and drabs of rain into parts of northern England and the Midlands, turning into showers by the afternoon. Just about anywhere could catch a shower as the day wears on, but the heaviest downpours will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland. In between, some bright spells and feeling warm in any sunshine in the south, highs of 24 Celsius.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Probably. Yeah. Okay. Money. Do you want money? £54,321 in cold, hard, tax-free cash could all be yours, but you've only got 6 days left to enter. Here's how.
It's the final week to see how you could win big. It's our biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £54,321 in tax-free cash has to be won. What would you do with that? With all of that cash, you could just chill out, treat yourself and indulge in the finer things in life, somewhere like here, Downhall Hotel and Spa. You really could win the cash giveaway of the summer. Lines close at 4 p.m. this Friday, so make sure you don't miss out.
For another chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
OK, still to come. Yeah, good luck, by the way. Still to come, the resident doctor strike ends its second day as calls for a 29% pay increase. All of that next. This is GB News Breakfast with Stephen and Dawn. Stop looking at me, Stephen. See you soon.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
You've read the headlines, you've heard what those in power have to say. How about now we actually get to the truth?
They would pay attention.
We go beyond the political theatre and tell you what's really going on behind the scenes. For a massive council tax hike, one of the biggest in the UK. Others follow their lines, but we go off script.
You sound like a broken record, just like week after week.
Cutting through the narratives and giving you unique perspectives. That's Ben Leo tonight, Saturdays and Sundays from 9 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
It's 8:30 now. It's the second day. I don't know why I'm saying it with a cheery voice, but it's the second day of another resident doctors' strike. This time, the government has already promised that by striking, they will feel the pain.
The doctors, not you, by the way. And that's up to
you will feel the pain.
Not quite. Up to 50,000 resident doctors have launched a 5-day strike demanding a 29% pay rise, despite them already having received a 28.9% pay rise in the past 3 years.
Well, let's head to Hull, should we? Anna Riley is there for us. Morning, Anna.
Good morning. I'm actually in Leeds. I'm outside Leeds General Infirmary this morning. There is no picket line. It's just the first day of strike action where we see these pickets from the resident doctors. So fairly quiet here this morning. No resident doctors in sight, but certainly it is the second day of that strike. Now, the government have offered the British Medical Association, who are the union on behalf of the resident doctors, a 5% pay rise. That wasn't enough for resident doctors. They say that their pay has eroded over the last 17 years. They say since 2008, due to inflation and the rising costs of living, their pay has not kept up with that, and that's why they're asking for this 29% pay rise. And of course, this strike action comes a year on, really, from the last round of strike action. It was 2 summers of discontent from 2023 to 2024. There was 11 rounds of strike action by then junior doctors, now called resident doctors. That meant that there was 1.5 million appointments that were cancelled, and it cost the taxpayer £1.7 billion. So who knows just what the impact will be of these 5 days of strike action. Of course, people are still being told to go to the hospital, to go to appointments if they have not been told that those appointments have been cancelled. I was on the picket line yesterday in Hull, and that's where I spoke to Becky Lavelle, resident doctor. This is what she told us about the strike action.
So I would say that the chronic understaffing and under-resourcing of NHS hospitals put patients at risk every day. And part of why we're here today is to ensure that we keep enough staff on as doctors to actually keep the system going. Mr. Streeting's comments have been very disappointing, but to be honest, I'm not surprised anymore. This is one of the reasons why we've had to go on strike, because it's the only way to get the government to negotiate with us.
Do you think this will be the last of the strike action, or would you ask for more after this?
So we're asking for pay restoration. That actually hasn't changed at all since 2022. So it's entirely within the government's remit to make that decision. I'd be absolutely delighted if I didn't have to stand outside the hospital anymore and I could go back to work. But at the moment, that's just impossible.
This strike action has been condemned by the government. Health Secretary Wes Streeting saying that it could put patients at risk and saying that this strike action is unjustified. So let's see if they do get back round the negotiating table to see what happens next.
OK, Anna, thank you very much indeed.
You, Anna.
I'm afraid I have no sympathy.
Well,
this time, I can have sympathy with some people when they strike under certain circumstances, but not, I'm afraid, when they've already had a 30% pay rise over the last 3 years, when basically nobody else has had anything. Most people in the private sector haven't had a penny.
No, and it's not fair to compare the public and the private sector in any case, because, I mean, doctors in the public sector and the NHS will have gold-plated pensions, they have guaranteed jobs. How many people get that in the private sector? And lots of people are losing sympathy with this strike in particular, and they are alienating the very people they are meant to be caring for. And where is this going to take the NHS? Is it taking them down the route that they don't want it to be, you know, potential privatisation?
Well, makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's because it's not going to help those waiting lists, is it? Already 7.2 million of us are on that waiting list, and this is going to cost millions of pounds as well.
Anyway, I'm sure you've got a view. gbnews.com/yoursay. Still to come, we're going to be hearing about how a Christian preacher was arrested in Rotherham after asking a Muslim about the Quran's teaching on domestic violence. We'll find out what's going on in a moment.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's completely unacceptable to have a biological man in a female-only changing room. And from my personal point of view, I was abused as a child, and having a man in our changing room is a particular trigger for me. And the Trust just did nothing about it, so we had to take things further.
So you complained to the Trust about this. You and your colleagues got together, and they just ignored you. They didn't really care about it.
Not a day. They didn't care at all. We wrote a letter of concern. 26 of us signed it. And the response was that we needed to be re-educated. We needed to broaden our mindset. And they backed this trans person 150%.
So, Karen, this person who identifies as Rose, on one occasion they were staring at you or your colleagues' breasts in this changing room and asking, are you getting changed yet? Another of your colleagues had a panic attack. I don't think it was you. Is that accurate?
That was me.
And what do you make of people who call you a TERF or a bigot for complaining about this kind of thing? Because that's what they say.
They do, yes, but there's been loads of positivity out there for us. There's loads of positive comments, and I'm not a bigot. I'm not a TERF. I'm just fighting for what's right. I want to feel safe when I get changed. Yeah. There's what's happened to me could have happened to other people, and I want to be a voice for them to stand up and come forward and say this is not acceptable.
Karen, you're a brave lady, you and your colleagues, and I'm glad, actually, it was Wes Streeting who intervened in the end, one of the more competent Labour ministers, who told Darlington Hospital, sort this out, you know, pull your finger out, don't be so ridiculous, and he got involved and he sorted it out for you.
GB News, the People's Channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now, a Christian street preacher was arrested in Rotherham town centre because he asked a Muslim about the Quran's teaching on domestic violence.
Yeah, former miner John Steele was arrested and told he faced a non-crime hate incident on his record after discussion with a Muslim woman.
Well, he's told our national reporter Charlie Peters now that he's been vindicated. Apparently it's all been dropped. Charlie's here. Morning.
Morning,
Charlie.
Very strange case. Last month, John Steele was in Rotherham town centre. He was preaching the gospel, as he's been doing for 25 years, without incident. Saw a stall being run for ethnic minority women at risk of domestic violence, and he went over and he says he politely asked a question about the Quran's teachings on domestic violence, if they were concerned about some of the Islamic teachings that have quite dangerous language about how women should be treated in a marriage. Now, he said this conversation lasted no more than 30 seconds. He asked a polite question and walked away, having not received much of an answer. But then, very soon after, he was surrounded by police officers. We can show you the footage now that we've obtained exclusively.
The world's gone mad.
This is the world we live in, and she's felt uncomfortable enough to come and tell a police officer, so I think it was your delivery.
I asked a simple question.
We are recording an incident, a hate incident.
I am not.
For your understanding,
I am not admitting to something.
Explain what's happening anymore. We're not asking to admit it. We're stating there's an allegation. You don't have to admit anything, but there's an allegation of an incident that's happened. That incident is a hate incident. We require details to report that, and therefore, if you don't provide your details under the section 50 Police Reform Act, under the ASB Act, you are required to give details, and we have a power of arrest to obtain those details, which we don't want to go down. It's not necessary. Yeah, she's open that. Common sense might prevail eventually when we do lock him up, because we're going to present him for not to obtain his details. Yep. And if he fails to provide, at some point along that journey, he'd like to think the light might shine. Right, okay, John, as you're known as, 1347, you're under arrest. Okay. You're not providing your details under Section 50 of the Police Reform Act. All right, we'll have to discuss that. The arrest is necessary to ascertain your details. All right, you do not have to say anything now. We do not mention my questions published later on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence.
Now, he was taken to the police station, his DNA was taken, fingerprints taken, later taken to court as well because he'd been arrested under the Police Reform Act, which allows people to be arrested if they don't provide their details when the police believe they're engaging in anti-social behaviour, because they wanted to record this rather menacing thing called a non-crime hate incident against him. Now, they've been around for a while. They were issued by the College of Policing. They've been, in effect, delivered by police forces around the country in quite controversial circumstances.
Yeah, so you don't have to be found guilty of anything with that. Right. They just issue it.
It's just when they believe there's been a hate incident. And so lawyers for John Steele have told me that they are now looking into checking his record to see that this hasn't been something recorded against him, because they can sit on your records for years. Now, I have had a response from a spokesperson from South Yorkshire Police who told me that on the 21st of June, while on patrol in Rotherham town centre, officers were approached by a man who reported that a man approached her and was acting in an intimidating way. Officers located a man matching the description given by the woman and requested his details to record a non-crime hate incident. The man refused to provide his details following several requests from officers who explained the consequences of not doing so. Following this, he was arrested under Section 50 of the Police Reform Act. A case file was submitted to the CPS and a decision not to authorise charges against the man was made. The footage of the incident has been reviewed by our Professional Standards Department. It has been deemed a proportionate response that was delivered by the officers. Our Standards Department has not received a complaint in relation to this incident, and we will reflect on this and consider any potential learning.
I mean, the concern with this is, and look, I can see how they look at the thing and say, yes, the police followed the current rules and regulations, right, in all of that. And they were aggressive with him, and all fine, great. But you've got to look at the system that's in place at the moment, that someone can say, I feel like there's been a hate incident. with no evidence, and he says he just asked a question, then he should never get that far in the first place.
Because it's such a pernicious thing to attach to someone's record, hate incident, people are naturally hesitant to give their details in those circumstances. And on this issue, we are having this debate at the moment about an Islamophobia law, people talking about blasphemy laws being brought in, the risk of free speech. Well, here we have already an example of someone asking a question about Islam and promptly being arrested for not wanting a hate incident being put on their record. Perhaps we already do have some degree of Islamophobia protection in blasphemy law in the law already.
Lots of people getting in touch straight away on this story, Charlie. Sort of like, 4 police officers to speak to one person. What's happening with the real crime going on in this country? And already it's the 2-tier system. Well, the Christian picture shows where this country is going.
Well, yeah, I mean, Dawn, I'll just say on that point, when I was engaged with this story and we had this exclusive access, one of the people who shared this footage with us said, think about the town where this is happening. This is in Rotherham. The police force there for decades gave essentially protection to the local Pakistani Muslim community, failing to prosecute them properly over these crimes. But they'll swarm a man who asks questions about Islam.
And also, I mean, I know the police officers did say, well, perhaps it was your delivery. And you can understand someone can have a threatening delivery in something. I understand that. He didn't come across as that sort of man at all,
He's an ex-miner and a bus driver who preaches the gospel. I can't see him being particularly threatening.
No.
All right, well, you keep your thoughts
Charlie,
coming
another
through.
good exclusive. Thank you very much. Charlie Peters there for you. Well,
I mean, I know someone's just messaged through and said something about the thought police, and that is beginning to be what it feels like. And this is the problem. It's the momentum. It's the escalation of all these sort of things. If you can't ask a question, I mean, for heaven's sake.
Well, this is not what the police are for. Nigel said, what is wrong with our police? This is not what they are there for.
Well, it isn't, no.
Okay, so do keep those coming in. gbnews.com/your say. Let us know what you think about that story and, of course, anything else we're discussing today.
Papers with Emma and Andy in a moment. First, so if you want some holiday sun, here's the European forecast.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Big contrast across Europe this weekend. Thunderstorms for Central Europe, cooler than normal in Spain, very hot across Greece and Cyprus. We've got a keen breeze continuing to blow through Portugal into the Canaries and Madeira. Plenty of sunshine for Spain, but actually temperatures limited, particularly towards northeast Spain. A few showers there for south of France, but the liveliest downpours will be through the Alps, and then it stays hot in Greece, at least until the start of next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Emma Wolfe and Andy Jones taking us through the papers this morning. Hello, you two.
Hello. Hello. Again.
The Times. Emma, junk food adverts. We're going to have sexy fruit and veg.
This is yet another round in the government's attempts to...
Sorry, he's giving me that look.
Make veg sexy again. I'm on a Donald Trump one there.
Oh, yeah.
So the government are considering proposals to tax junk food and to sort of fund a marketing campaign for fruit and veg to make healthy products sexy again, or sexy. And they think this is going to stop people from eating junk food. It's going to end this junk food cycle and end obesity, which
These are idiots in a PR campaign
really
going, oh, yeah, we think, Tarquin, that we can make it all sexy.
So you have carrots and you have this and you have, some nice...
How are they going to sex up a carrot?
It is a massive, massive problem. Obesity is it's the biggest cost to the NHS and it's the biggest killer in this country. It's the biggest, it causes cancer and so many other illnesses.
OK,
so
Andy,
the
make
problem.
vegetables sexy for me. Come on. Sell them.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think I can, to be honest, but this is an alternative for the government. They've ruled out a sugar tax. They were talking about ruling buy one, get one free, and this is they're throwing all the money in. They're saying, we're going to get this is a quote, we're going to get the most brilliant advertising minds in the country.
Yes.
We will say, it's up to you. You work out how to make fruit and veg and fibre attractive. Make fibre attractive. The other thing is, have Bird's Eye and Jolly Green Giant and whatever not been in advertising for years and years, and fruit and veg is still not that sexy, right?
Yeah.
You're never going to...
OK, so the theory behind this is, and this is quite interesting, the idea that advertising can only sell you bad things is stupid. It can also sell you good things, yes. But I have to tell you, this is not going to turn the tide on junk food, the junk food cycle, as it's called. This is not going to turn the tide on people. We live in an obesogenic society. There is food, snacks, latte coffees that are more food than, that have more calories in than a meal. Everywhere. We live in this society. We have done for decades. People are not moving. They're sedentary. They're staring at their phones. There are so many factors that are contributing to obesity. A little junk food advert where, a berry is, I don't know, chatting up a carrot or whatever it is not going to make it
It's not going to work. It's not going to make us want...
The other point I'd make as well, quickly, is the food that the government does control, school meals and hospital food, isn't good enough either.
No.
And, the government has to get its own house in order.
They have junk food machines in hospitals, by the way.
Yeah.
You can buy crisps and chocolate in hospitals.
Yeah. Andy, Tesla are testing self-drive cars now in the UK.
Yes, absolutely. So there's two videos doing the rounds on the internet where a Tesla with no driver in, it's always really terrifying, isn't it? It's in a car with no driver in these videos. I know that apparently it's safe. Driving around central London, this is a Model 3 Tesla, and tackling the infamous magic roundabout in Swindon, which is horrendously complicated, and you only drive through it once because you do it once and then you never do it again. The interesting thing about this is, obviously, is it safe? Is it good for us? But it's going to replace huge numbers of jobs. because we're going to have driverless cars, we've got AI coming in, we're going to have drones doing takeaways and deliveries and things. And obviously, many new arrivals in Britain are going to be Uber drivers. They are going to be, as we've been talking about, Deliveroo drivers, Amazon drivers, other brands are available. And if these jobs disappear, you're going to very quickly have people who've arrived on visas, either legally or illegally, actually, who are just going to have no work, as well as the British populace. You're going to have...
Well, what's going to happen to our black
millions,
economy?
Well, exactly. Millions of...
Oh, dear.
Millions of... And they will nearly all be men who have arrived, and there are going to be no jobs for them.
Well, he already gets stuff delivered by electronic robots that run up your driveway,
Yeah, it's
don't you?
been going on for years since the pandemic.
I would be very,
great.
very freaked out by that.
All comes from the co-op.
Amazing.
You get it
And it comes running up his driveway and says, here you go.
Sometimes the postman's the only person I speak to. I'd be horrified to have to
That's just
indulge
you.
a
That's
robot.
just you, Andy.
Oh,
That's
no,
a
the
personal
robots
thing.
are great. Robots are great. Just got 40 seconds to talk about a bit of local lingo, Emma.
I love this. OK, so Brits abroad don't speak the language. What do they do to resort to it? They don't... First of all, they point at the menu. Don't speak Spanish, point at the menu, that's all right. Then they talk really loudly. Then they make dramatic gestures. Then they talk English, but much slower. Or much louder. That's what you do if you don't. Think that will make it clearer? Just say louder. Just say
But also, 99% of communication, not 99%, about 70% of communication is non-verbal, it's body language. You can do a lot with a smile, pointing and being polite, and also a nice tip, and people
Careful
will
with
put up
pointing, careful with pointing. Or you repeat it again, but in various different tones.
Oh.
Yeah, that always works,
calm,
doesn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Aggressive.
Especially if you're ordering those sexy vegetables in Spain.
Yes, I don't know.
Could
How
get
do you
embarrassing.
order a sexy cabbage in Spanish? I don't know, but I should look
I
it
would
up.
just pick it up, take it to the till, and give them a handful of euros.
It's all self-serving anyway these days, self-service checkouts.
All right, you two. Thank you. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Here's the weather.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Plenty of fine weather around this weekend, but not all the time. There will be some rain, at least at first today, turning to showers, and in between a few sunny spells, not quite as warm as it's been over the last couple of days. Now, a lot of cloud across the UK this morning and showery rain here and there, more persistent rain into western Scotland, and then some heavy showers developing through northern England and increasingly eastern England, perhaps the odd thundery downpour. The best of the sunshine and dry weather will be towards South Wales and southwest England, temperatures reaching 24 or 25 Celsius. Then we go into Saturday night. Some longer spells of rain will reach western Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland, but it stays mostly dry across the south and southwest into Wales. Just the odd shower there across mid Wales, but showers still going through East Anglia, eastern England, and potentially over the Pennines as well as the southern uplands. Thicker cloud there for Northern Ireland. Western Scotland, some more persistent rain. As I mentioned, showers ahead of that, mostly dry for Shetland and Orkney, aside from the odd shower. And then really overnight, we lose the showers in most places, but the more persistent rain in western Scotland turns heavier for a time, particularly over western hills. And that will begin to feed into parts of Cumbria, as well as the northeast of Scotland as the night progresses. Further south, dry with clear spells. The best of any clear spells will be towards the southeast, a relatively warm night, and a bright start there for the east and the southeast as we begin Sunday. A lot of cloud across the rest of the country. Dribs and drabs of rain into parts of northern England and the Midlands, turning into showers by the afternoon. Just about anywhere could catch a shower as the day wears on, but the heaviest downpours will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland. In between, some bright spells and feeling warm in any sunshine in the south, highs of 24 Celsius.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the final week to see how you can win big, as there's an incredible £54,321 in tax-free cash to be won. What would you spend it on? The holiday of a lifetime? Or just sit back, relax and remove some of those day-to-day financial stresses? Lines close on the 1st of August, so make sure you don't miss out. For another chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. apply. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
King Charles is stepping back from one of the most traditional royal duties. That's riding on horseback for the Trooping of the Colour, which is coming up, I think, in a week's time, isn't it? At 76 and undergoing cancer treatment, he'll now take the salute from a carriage, just as Queen Elizabeth did in her later years. But as the King trades saddle for state coach, it raises a bigger question. Does the pomp and pageantry of royal events like Trooping the Colour still resonate with modern Britain? Or are we holding on to rituals that really reflect the country, and do we really care?
I think the spectacle is important because it's symbolic, OK, and people really respond to that notion of heritage and grandeur. But I think it's about more than that. It's about constitutional monarchy. And there are 3 key points here. Constitutional monarchy produces higher standards of living than republics. It protects property rights and individual property because in the long term, it's not as vulnerable to ideology. And it holds a check on politicians as well. I'd much rather have King Charles than President Blair. And it's about continuity.
Legoland is just a short hop, skip and jump away from Windsor Castle. It gets many more visitors than any royal castle or other event. So we don't need the royals to have spectacle. We can have spectacle without it. And I think,
you're not suggesting chopping their heads off, are you?
Oh, no, of course not. Of course not. No, I'd be very kind and gentle. But the one point that was made was that the royals are part of British culture and tradition. Well, in fact, the royals are German descent, who were basically, by their own internal agreement, took over the British throne.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. President Trump has landed in Scotland with a warning: act now, as immigration, he says, is killing Europe.
He begins a 4-day visit touring his golf clubs and holding high-level meetings.
Well, while in Scotland, the President will meet the First Minister, John Swinney, and our Prime Minister, with trade at the top of the agenda.
I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard, but he's a good man. He got a trade deal done.
But on Europe and immigration, Trump has warned us to act now.
On immigration, you better get your act together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together.
That was Donald Trump answering my question outside of Air Force One. I was very lucky to take that trip yesterday. I'll tell you all about it in just a minute.
The Prime Minister rejects calls to immediately recognise a Palestinian state, despite pressure from more than 200 MPs.
And the resident doctors' strike enters its 2nd day as there calls for a 29% pay increase.
Also coming up, we're going to be telling you about the annual gathering for people passionate about countryside pursuits. It's a celebration of rural life and the beauty of our landscape. The Game Fair. Jack Carson's there.
And pubs are granted the right to a late opening so fans can cheer on the Lionesses in tomorrow's European Championship final.
And is here, and there's a bit of everything in today's weather forecast. Some rain, some showers, but also some warm sunshine. Full details coming up soon.
It's just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Dawn Neeson, and this is GB News Breakfast.
It's interesting here at GB News. We have a team of dedicated and yet sometimes a little bit naive producers. Okay. It's got to be said, because they thought, I tell you what, they watched the paper review and they thought, we'll help them out. Something to talk about and maybe show you on TV when we're talking about campaigns for sexy vegetables. So they decided to Google sexy vegetables.
Oh, God, no, they didn't.
They did. And I just popped out and had a look at the results. And let me tell you, we won't be showing them on screen.
No, I would just... and by the way, team, I would just wipe that search history clean because, you know someone's going to report that very, very soon.
Rather special.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, Evan and Jack were rather shocked. They're very young, they're very naive people, and they were very upset. I had to literally go out and comfort them.
Yeah.
They were so shocked at what they saw.
Yeah, I'm sure I was going to say they're lying down in a darkened room now. That's probably the wrong thing to say, though, when they've been looking at sexy vegetables,
It's
to be honest.
honestly. But stuff online. The internet's a wonderful and terrible thing.
Well, I mean, it does serve you right. But if you Google anything with the word sexy in it, you know what you're going to get. Yeah. But, I mean, vegetables are sexy. I'm sorry, I love vegetables.
Well, no, but not in the junk food, so what a stupid idea to say, well, just promote fruit and veg and it'll make it sexy. And kids will want to eat it rather than having a burger.
Yeah, this is a very highly paid, no doubt, team of advertising execs brought in to sell us vegetables, and the brief was to make them sexy.
I mean, can you imagine? They live in a different world. They don't live in the same world as the rest of us, these people.
But cherry tomato, can't beat cherry tomato. Just saying.
You can. Well, you can, if you slice it and put it on top of a pizza, fine.
No, that's wrong. That's a wrong attitude.
Anyway, I don't care. President Trump is urging Britain to get its act together on illegal migration.
Yes, indeed. Slamming what he called a horrible invasion. He's warning that Europe could be lost unless illegal migration is brought under control.
Here's what he told Bev Turner.
On immigration, you better get your act together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together. Biden was a total stiff, and what he allowed to happen, but you're allowing it to happen to your countries. And you got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. This immigration is killing Europe.
But despite the president's swipe on immigration, he praised the Prime Minister's trade deal and hinted at warmer ties ahead of his official state visit in September.
I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard, but he's a good man. He got a trade deal done. And, they've been working on this deal for 12 years. He got it done. It's a good deal. It's a good deal for the UK. So, no, I'll be seeing him tomorrow, I guess, tomorrow evening.
Well, let's talk to Bev Turner, who's in Glasgow. Before we bask in your glory, Bev, as being one of the few travellers on board Air Force One, what do you make of what he actually said in response to your questions? Because, look, he makes a good point that something needs to be done. It's whether that will result in any action here in the UK.
Illegal immigration is the success story of this Trump administration. He has absolutely hit the targets that he intended when he went into office on January the 21st of this year. So, of course, it's a topic that he likes to talk about. The press there yesterday were asking him about the Epstein files, and that's clearly a source of irritation to him, this idea that Ghislaine Maxwell might be brought out of prison and re-interviewed, or maybe even given a pardon. So he's quite happy to talk about immigration. And I love the fact that he is forthright and doesn't shy away from giving advice to European leaders. He said some European leaders have solved illegal migration. He said, I'm not going to name who they are because I don't want to embarrass the ones who haven't. He's more diplomatic than people often give him credit for in the press. But he's not going to hold back, I imagine, if that topic comes up with Keir Starmer. And let's hope it does come up, because this is something that people feel really strongly about in this country. Not that we're not welcoming to people who need to take refuge here, but the increasing numbers, the figures that we're spending on taxpayers' money on housing people who come here with no right to do so, is clearly reaching a sort of boiling point in the UK at the moment. So I think his response was pretty much what you would expect from Donald Trump. He's not going to shy away from it. He's obvious, and frankly, he can be confident on the issue, because as he said in that interview, not one person entered America illegally last month. That is incredible. There were hundreds of thousands coming over that border from Mexico under Joe Biden, and he's stopped it. straight away. Within the first matter of months, he's managed to reduce it down, and that's partly a disincentive to go there because they're doing such a good job of kicking out people who have a criminal record who shouldn't be there. And also the fact that he's just put the troops on the border, he's built fences, he's carried on with his wall, and so he's solved it. And so he will hopefully talk to Starmer. I know it's different, we have a sea border, but frankly that should make it somewhat easier than the land border that they've got. I thought his response is exactly what you'd expect from Donald Trump, straightforward, forthright, and it will rub up all the wrong people, all the right people, because he's saying what they don't want to hear.
Bev, as you say, I mean, Trump likes talking about this. It's been an enormous success in America, but it's an abject failure here, and we are facing another weekend of protests outside migrant hotels. This is going to be a very tricky conversation for Keir Starmer, isn't it?
It will be. I don't know to what extent Donald Trump will be aware of those protests. We know that he does look at media, particularly online. He will be maybe aware of those particular stories. But actually, in terms of the widespread establishment, let's say mainstream media, they're not really covering those protests in quite the same way, maybe, as maybe GB News would be doing. So it's difficult to know whether he'll be aware of that, but I imagine, you know, he'll be preoccupied as well with the idea that there might be protests against Donald Trump here. That's one of the stories that particularly the BBC are running with, the streets are going to be full of people protesting at Donald Trump's presence. That is not what I saw at all when I arrived yesterday. I got off Air Force One, jumped in the cavalcade, amazing journey coming through from Prestwick Airport in Glasgow to Turnberry, where we dropped off President Trump and his team. And the streets were lined with people that had MAGA banners, that were welcoming Donald Trump, that were out in the fading sunlight. It doesn't go dark in Scotland, actually, till about 10:30 at this time of the year, which is a bit of a surprise to me. And so people were lining the streets and welcoming him and waving at him here. He brings immense investment to this part of the world with the golf courses. He's opening a new one on Monday. And I just don't think necessarily that the anti-Trump protesters are going to be here in the numbers that some people would have you believe.
We shall keep a close eye on that over the next few days. Of course, in the meantime, Bev, come on, spill the beans. What's it like being on Air Force One?
It was really cool. It was really cool. There are 13 seats for the media, so there were a mixture of photographers, agency press. There was one other America-based British journalist there who was lovely and looked after me because, frankly, I felt like a competition winner. You know, everybody else was there, knew exactly what was happening. I was completely naive. They don't really give you a handout. They just sort of, it's very relaxed, actually, incredibly relaxed. There's Secret Service agents everywhere looking like kind of Hollywood movie stars in tight black T-shirts with big biceps. You'd have loved it, Dawn. But I have to say, it was very informal in many ways, very relaxed. He has a very young team of media organisers and wranglers, they're called, the press wranglers. Lovely, lovely young people, just very cool, very much enjoying this administration, very much basking in the glory of the successes of this Trump government since they got into power. So Air Force One was great. You don't have a boarding pass, you just have a thing around your neck. I actually hadn't taken a lanyard, and one of the many things I didn't know to do, so I didn't have anywhere to put my pass, but somebody very kindly gave me one that I could clip it onto. You don't have your passport. They took my passport away several days before we get on the plane. I still don't have my passport back, which is quite a strange feeling. And you get taken on. We waited on the tarmac for Donald Trump to arrive. They play Fox News inside the aeroplane, and you have to take headphones, another thing I didn't have, because in some ways the aeroplane is old, so it isn't high-tech at all. There is nowhere to charge your phone. There's just old-fashioned plug sockets, and luckily I had a converter for my laptop. But in some ways it's quite basic, in fact, on the aeroplane, and there are different rooms along the plane, so I'm sure it's not basic up at the front where the president was. And it was just a really special experience, and I just kind of made sure that I was appreciating every moment of being there and feeling this weight of responsibility. to GB News, to our viewers, to our listeners, because we know how much the viewers and listeners of GB News are interested in Donald Trump and actually are looking to him as some sort of hope that maybe this country can be taken out of the doldrums that we seem to find ourselves in, and this sense of where next, this despondency. Everything is so expensive. It feels like crime is going through the roof. You know, we look and go, will our children ever be able to buy a house in this country? And the enthusiasm with which Donald Trump is filling America, and yes, it is divided. It is not all positive. I find some of my most interesting conversations with the public are taxi drivers, and I was in DC all last week. And every taxi I got into, I was asking them how they feel about being in America. And some of them, particularly the immigrants, were a bit like, you know, I'm not sure about him. We're not sure if he's right for America. And then other people, surprisingly, also, some of the immigrants, some of them that had been there for 20, 25 years. I was chatting to one guy who was Eritrean, who'd been there for 20 years. And he thought Donald Trump was the best thing for America and exactly what the country needs. So it is divided. The criticism of Donald Trump, it strikes me every time, is much more on a personal level rather than his policies. When people want to criticize this president, they talk about his personality and his character rather than what he's actually doing. What struck me yesterday when I met him was, I think he's 79 years old, isn't he? He seems a lot younger. And I mean that in his body language, in his sort of mental acuity. You know, he got off the plane, he didn't fall down the steps like Joe Biden used to do. He's very quick, I think, in responding, but also very relaxed. I mean, the fact that he came off the plane and just will talk to the media. The questions aren't being selected, they aren't being filleted by an overcautious press team. He's very honest, he tells you what he thinks, he is himself, he is exactly as you would imagine on TV. He's more sort of statuesque than I imagined. He kind of looks sort of almost a bit like an ex-rugby player when you see him in real life, if you didn't know he was Donald Trump. He's got that sort of build and just very straightforward, looks you in the eye, answers a straight question, gave time to the press, and then got on his in his cavalcade and went off to Turnberry to no doubt have a lovely dinner and a night in a comfy bed, and then maybe playing golf today. Eric Trump is with him and he's a massive golf fan, so there'll be some golf to be played and hopefully some more contact with the press this weekend.
All right, Bev, thank you. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do then. We better head straight up to Turnberry.
Yes.
Because Tony Maguire's there for us, and everything in place, ready to roll there, Tony?
Yeah, good morning. Well, certainly, as it has been for a few days now, Trump Turnberry has been preparing for this event like you wouldn't believe. There is a massive police presence and, quite frankly, a security operation securing the site here at Turnberry, unlike anything we've ever seen for a Donald Trump visit to Scotland before. Now, this isn't the first time he's visited as President of the United States. He was here in 2018, I believe, and then more recently, of course, not a sitting president. He was here in 2023. But certainly here at Turnberry, you know, we saw just down the road from here at Prestwick Airport those pictures of supporters for the president, which, you know, there's been so much talk over the last few days about expected protests, and we know there is coordinated protests today in Aberdeen and in Edinburgh outside the US consulate. But, you know, just out of nowhere, surprising, I think, a lot of people, were all of these supporters for the president welcoming him to Scotland. Because at the base of everything, let's not forget that irrespective of how you feel about the man or his politics, this is a big deal for Scotland, and a lot of people here have latched onto that. But actually, I think what we've seen over the last 18 hours or so is that the support here for Donald Trump is a lot bigger than some people might have you believe. Now, here at Turnberry, we know that Donald Trump posted on his social platform last night, Truth Social, arrived in Scotland, many meetings planned. Not today, though. I think today the plan is for the president to hit the links. There's two incredible courses here. The Ailsa course is award-winning and revered in the game around the world, with spectacular views of the Ailsa Craig out in the water, and we expect the president to actually come here for what he intended to in the first place, a little bit of rest and relaxation. We've seen security forces in the army sweep the entire golf course, which is no mean feat, by the way. This is an 800-acre site here at Turnberry, just to make sure sure that everything is hunky-dory for the president to hit the T's. And of course that huge 10-foot fence surrounding the property. We've got police patrolling the beaches on buggies, and all in all the president should have a fairly dry day today to do what he loves best before he heads into those meetings and the rest of his visit.
All right, Tony, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tony. OK, now, so Keir Starmer is facing mounting pressure to formally recognise Palestine as a state.
More than 200 MPs from across the political spectrum have written to the Prime Minister criticising the government for its wait-and-see approach.
In response, Sir Keir Starmer has reaffirmed that recognition must be part of a wider plan and has vowed to pull every lever to deliver humanitarian aid.
Former political advisor Lauren McKevitt is here. Good morning. I mean,
morning.
For once, and perhaps rather unusually, are you backing the Prime Minister on this?
It's not that I'm backing him, it's that I think that he's made the right decision in saying that it's something that requires further thought rather than knee-jerking into it in the way that President Macron has over the course of the last 24 hours. If you recognise the Palestinian state right now, who are you recognising? Are you recognising the Palestinian Authority, who have no control over the Gaza Strip? Are you recognising the body that is in control over the Gaza Strip, which is Hamas? And are you therefore recognising a terrorist organisation?
OK, we're going to come back to you. In just a second, and I just think on this particular issue, Macron has sort of set the cat amongst the pigeons with all of this by making such a bold statement, and that's and that does have sort of waves internationally. It increases the pressure on people like the Prime Minister and all those, those backbenchers who've got in touch. Because it has to be said, Lauren, this is mainly Labour backbenchers who've got involved in this. I mean, I know that some of it is cross-party.
There are a couple from the Conservatives. I think Kit Malthouse is one. But yes, this is predominantly a Labour-based letter. And it's the Labour Party that has the biggest problem with its sort of left flank around the Israel-Palestine issue. And it's something that I think the Prime Minister is going to have increasing trouble dealing with.
Let's say, will it make any difference? Will it make any difference to the situation in Gaza? Will it make any difference to Keir Starmer and what he does?
I think, like I said, Keir's made, from my opinion, the right decision. As I understand, the RAF are considering aid airdrops into Gaza. There are issues with the border crossings at Egypt and in Jordan about getting aid across those borders. But this won't make much of a difference. And we've seen over the course of the weekend the Israeli negotiating team go home from Qatar, presumably to take new instruction, with stories coming out from that team about how disinclined Hamas are towards a ceasefire, how disinclined they are towards sending hostages home. Hamas are currently winning a PR war against Israel, and they are being aided and abetted by Western people who should know better.
What I don't understand, because you and a previous guest talking about this, there's a lot of common sense in what you say. In that. Right, it's all well and good. You can be very dissatisfied with how Israel is handling things in Gaza at the moment. You can have real concerns about the humanitarian crisis. But to say Palestine as an independent state needs to be recognised when it's in two areas with two leadership groups...
One of which is a terrorist organisation.
One of which is a terrorist organisation. There is no common sense to that. So why on earth are these MPs, these elected representatives, never mind President Macron, making this suggestion when it makes no sense?
I mean, it is possible that they don't have any common sense, and that might be part of the reason. But the Palestine-Israel issue has inflamed left-wing politics in the United Kingdom for years in ways that other conflicts just have not. It brings out the very worst elements of student union debating in some left-wing politicians. And I think, people like David Lammy, who are sort of trying to G the Prime Minister up to recognising Palestine, I think, are slightly to the left of Keir Starmer and conscious of that new left-wing party that has been launched, which is looking like it might create a reform-style problem for the left in detracting votes away from the Labour Party, and amusingly looking like they'll detract votes away from the Green Party as well, who must be having a fairly nerve-wracking week. But this is an issue that has, inexplicably to me at least, inflamed left-wing politics far more than any other global conflict has. And as we said earlier on the programme, They're not paying attention to Sudan. They're not paying attention to the DRC, which makes it seem an awful lot like this is an issue with Jewish people and with a Jewish state. And I can't say that that's exactly what's going on here, but if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, we've got to presume that it's either fundamental lack of common sense or some really very strange views about the state of Israel.
Or there is another alternative. They're worried about losing their seat to the local independent candidate who is
there is also that
a Palestinian ticket.
Yeah.
Indeed.
All right. Lauren, thank you very much. It's been good to see you this morning.
Yes, indeed. Oh, well, let us know what you think, gbnews.com/your-say, where we haven't read that many out, but we will try to get to as many as we
I tell you what, someone did message in earlier and say you haven't mentioned Cleo Lane, which we haven't this morning.
No, we haven't.
And interestingly, one of the things Cleo Lane did was she set up a place in Milton Keynes called The Stables. Which is a fascinating,
your neck of the woods, isn't it?
Fascinating music venue. I was there just earlier this week, actually, and they've released a statement about how devastated they are. But she was 97.
97. That's what I was just looking at.
Was Cleo Lane?
Yeah.
I mean, she was one of the greats.
Amazing jazz voice.
Yeah.
Beautiful picture of her in the Mirror today. In front of on the River Thames or in front of the House of Parliament.
From the early 70s.
Yeah.
And before I was born, that picture. And not before you were born.
No, thank you. You have to bring it up, don't you? There's a lovely tribute there to Cleo Lane, and you have to go and ruin it.
I just think, women like that, well, and gentlemen like that, but, who are just absolute legends, setting the way for so many who follow them and reaching a grand old age. And it's just, I think, a wonderful thing to salute them and all they have achieved.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, yeah. Well done, Cleo. I mean, amazing talent. OK, well, it is the weekend, so what we could do, we're going outside, and so you might need the weather. Here's the details for you.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Plenty of fine weather around this weekend, but not all the time. There will be some rain, at least at first today, turning to showers and in between a few sunny spells, not quite as warm as it's been over the last couple of days. Now, a lot of cloud across the UK this morning and showery rain here and there, more persistent rain into western Scotland, and then some heavy showers developing through northern England and increasingly eastern England, perhaps the odd thundery downpour. The best of the sunshine and dry weather will be towards South Wales and southwest England, temperatures reaching 24 or 25 Celsius. Then we go into Saturday night. Some longer spells of rain will reach western Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland, but it stays mostly dry across the south and southwest into Wales, just the odd shower there across mid Wales, but showers still going through East Anglia, eastern England and potentially over the Pennines as well as the southern uplands. Thicker cloud there for Northern Ireland. Western Scotland, some more persistent rain. As I mentioned, showers ahead of that, mostly dry for Shetland and Orkney aside from the odd shower. And then really overnight, we lose the showers in most places, but the more persistent rain in western Scotland turns heavier for a time, particularly over western hills. And that will begin to feed into parts of Cumbria as well as the northeast of Scotland as the night progresses. Further south, dry with clear spells. The best of any clear spells will be towards the southeast, a relatively warm night and a bright start there for the east and the southeast as we begin Sunday. A lot of cloud across the rest of the country. Dribs and drabs of rain into parts of northern England and the Midlands, turning into showers by the afternoon. Just about anywhere could catch a shower as the day wears on, but the heaviest downpours will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland. In between, some bright spells and feeling warm in any sunshine in the south, highs of 24 Celsius.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
OK.
Give some money away, Dawn.
I'm going to give some, because I can't tell you what we were talking about just now because you'll probably kill me.
Just get fired.
OK, yeah. Any case, look, we have got some good news for this morning. It might be a bit grim, but we have got some good news. Your chance to win £54,321. You know it by now. It's our biggest cash giveaway.
Is it?
Yeah, but I mentioned it. It's coming to an end, I think.
6 days.
6 days. Here's how you can win it.
It's the final week to see how you can could win big. It's our biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £54,321 in tax-free cash has to be won. What would you do with that? With all of that cash, you could just chill out, treat yourself and indulge in the finer things in life, somewhere like here, Downhall Hotel and Spa. You really could win the cash giveaway of the summer. Lines close at 4 p.m. this Friday, so make sure you don't miss out.
For another chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB14 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Still to come for you, it's day 2 of the doctors' strike. We'll bring you the latest in a moment.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Dubes & Co. Weekdays from 6 p.m.
You have to tackle gross levels of inequality. Now, this is not about being... it's not about fairness or the politics of envy. It's about saying we need more money in average people's pockets so they can go out and spend. What's happening is a lot of people are spending all their money on rents and mortgages.
People and give it to poorer people.
Yeah, but obviously, when I say rich, who do you imagine?
No, well, I don't know, because I'm not proposing it. You tell me.
So for me, I'm not talking about those who've done quite well, those who've grown their businesses. I'm talking about the billionaire class and the corporations. Oh. And I don't want to look at increasing income taxes necessarily. It should be about a wealth tax, because if we don't do anything about it, it's going to get worse. Now, what's interesting what you said about benefits, I know there's this pervasive idea. I just want to make that point quickly.
Let him finish his point. She's about to spontaneously combust, but hang on. Go on, finish your point.
There is this pervasive idea that, well, we need to cut benefits to force people into work. And you can understand the logic there. It makes sense, right? What's interesting is in Denmark, they have a higher labour rate of participation, which a fancy phrase of more working age people are in work than the UK. In 2022, it was like 80%, 2024, 75%. Look at the UK, only 53% of people in work, yet Denmark have a far higher or far generous welfare state.
Well, we've had a lot of cheap labour that has come in, which that's taken the levels of earnings down at times, and that's left...
I disagree with that.
Left, well, just let me finish. And that's left a lot of people who already live here, basically lounging on the sofa and thinking, well, my benefits are great, why should I get out of bed? Why should I get out of bed for another 20 quid a week? And we've got to get rid of that mentality, because it's the same people...
You're using anecdotes here. You're not looking at the facts.
I've told you the facts. Who seem to be contributing to this economy year in and year out. And a lot of them are actually older.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
It's 9:31. Now, it is day 2 of that doctors' strike. This time, the government says those doctors will feel the pain of their actions.
Yes, indeed. Up to 50,000 resident doctors have launched a 5-day strike demanding a 29% pay rise, despite them already receiving a 28.9% pay rise in the past 3 years.
Yeah, so 60% basically they want over three and a bit years. Be very nice, wouldn't it, for all of us? Let's head to Leeds and our reporter Anna Riley. Morning to you, Anna. I mean, in terms of what's going on at the Leeds Royal Infirmary, what sort of impact is this likely to be having?
Well, people have been told to attend their appointments and come to A&E if needed. Of course, they've been advised to ring 111 as well. That's got a good triage system to get people into the appropriate care that they need. But the impact we know so far hasn't been as strong as those previous strikes that ended this time last year, last July. There was a series of 11 strikes between 2023 and 2024, the longest industrial dispute in NHS history, with resident doctors asking for an increase in pay. And that's what they're asking for again. So they're asking for a rise that makes their pay in line with 2008 levels. They say that their pay over the last 17 years hasn't been in line with inflation, and that's why they're wanting to see this pay boost. That equates to around asking for £23 an hour. They're currently on around £17.50 an hour for a resident doctor that's starting their initial foundation training. Now, we've been on the picket lines yesterday. There's not a picket here today, and this is what the resident doctor, Becky Lavelle, told us.
So I would say that the chronic understaffing and under-resourcing of NHS hospitals put patients at risk every day. And part of why we're here today is to ensure that we keep enough staff on as doctors to actually keep the system going. Mr. Streeting's comments have been very disappointing, but to be honest, I'm not surprised anymore. This is one of the reasons why we've had to go on strike, because it's the only way to get the government to negotiate with us.
Do you think this will be the last of the strike action, or would you ask for more after this?
So we're asking for pay restoration. That actually hasn't changed at all since 2022. So it's entirely within the government's remit to make that decision. I'd be absolutely delighted if I didn't have to stand outside the hospital anymore and I could go back to work. But at the moment, that's just impossible.
Health Secretary Wes Streeting condemning the actions of resident doctors. He says the British Medical Association is holding the country to ransom with the strike action, and that it shows a disdain for patients. Well, this strike action is set to go on until 7 in the morning on Wednesday, but the British Medical Association has not ruled out further strike action. It says it could continue strike action every month up until January if its demands are not met.
Anna, when you were on the picket line yesterday, what reaction were you getting from the public? Often when you have a picket line, you have people driving past, honking their horns and waving. And did you get any of that reaction yesterday?
Yes, there was. There was a mixture, really. There were people coming past, honking their horns, members of the public as well taking badges that the resident doctors were handing out. But there was also some abuse as well that I saw on the picket line. There were some patients coming out of hospital and sort of having a go at the resident doctors, saying that they should be getting back to work, that the NHS is already in a state of crisis as well, asking where they think that the money will come from as well, when we know that the NHS is already struggling. So I think it's a mixture of opinions. When you look at the recent polling as well, though, I think it's 42% of people say that strike action by doctors should be banned, like it is in other public services. Of course, we know that the police can't go out to strike, and there's a real feel amongst the public as well that maybe that should be done for doctors. But yeah, certainly a mixture on the picket line.
Indeed. Anna, thank you very much. That's Anna Riley reporting from Leeds for us. Thank you very much, Anna.
Now,
interesting that patients were coming out
annoyed.
of the hospital, annoyed and having to go at the doctor on the picket line.
Can't say I blame them.
No, I can't.
To be honest, I can't. How frustrating, especially if they've been in there and they've not been able to get the treatment that they wanted, or they've been told they need to come back another day or something.
Yeah, curious.
You would be annoyed, wouldn't you?
No,
of course
absolutely.
You would. Right, still to come, Charlie Peters is going to be telling us about a Christian preacher who was arrested in Rotherham because he asked a question about the Quran. I'll tell you more in a moment.
Sure.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30am.
Only on GB News.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
On this day, 4 years ago, GB News was born, launching our first live broadcast on June the 13th, 2021. Let's take a look back at some of our earlier memories.
If you've just switched on, a very warm welcome to you. I am Alastair Stewart, and until 3 p.m. this afternoon, I'll be keeping you company, along with friends and, I hope, friendly guests. I hope you'd agree that we've had a strong hour of debate and discussion so far, but there's lots more still to come. GB News is all about you, our viewers. Any burning questions or stories that you think we need to cover, no matter how big or small, we really do want to hear from you.
Well, we can now speak with former GB News presenter Alastair Stewart. Alastair, thank you so much for joining me. Thinking back to 4 years ago, what did you think the channel's prospects were? Did you think it would be a success?
I did. Thank you so much for having me on, and a very happy birthday to you, one of the many brilliant faces, as we call it in the trade, presenting programmes, but also to the absolutely wonderful team of technicians that you've got behind you, making sure that this all gets on air very smoothly. And we've not only hung on in there, but we've now got GB News Radio as well. Online, we're huge. We get quite good numbers on viewing, very, very good numbers on listening, well ahead some of the other competitors. I do remember when Murdoch launched Talk, there were quite a few people in the newsroom who were nervous, not because they were so good, but because Murdoch had so much more money than we did. We've seen them off. They're virtually dead in the water now, and we are thriving, celebrating 4 years of triumphal and brilliant journalism.
GB News, the People's Channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now, a Christian preacher who was arrested in Rotherham Town Centre after asking a Muslim about the Quran's teaching on domestic violence has been talking to us.
Yeah, former miner John Still was arrested and told he faced a non-crime hate incident on his record after a discussion with a Muslim woman.
Well, he's been talking to our national reporter, Charlie Peters. Charlie, explain what has gone on here.
Well, John Steele is an ex-miner. He's been preaching peacefully about the gospel in South Yorkshire for 25 years. But in June last month, he approached a stall in Rotherham, which was a public awareness display about domestic violence, particularly for ethnic minority British Pakistani Muslim women. There is a big community from that group in South Yorkshire.
So it's been run by the women themselves?
That's right. So he approached and said, this is all very well and good, but what do you make of this specific teaching from the Quran, which has very controversial advice and guidance on how husbands can treat their wives? And he then said he compared it to Christian teaching. Now, he said that this conversation was brief, it was polite, it lasted no more than 30 seconds. It didn't exactly get into a big theological discussion. He walked away and went back to his peaceful preaching. However, quite soon after, he was surrounded by officers from South Yorkshire Police who threatened him with arrest. Here's some footage that we've obtained exclusively.
The world's gone mad. This is the world we live in, and she's felt uncomfortable enough to come and tell a police officer, so I think it was your delivery.
I asked a simple question.
We are recording an incident, a hate incident. In order to record,
I am not.
For your understanding,
I am not admitting to something.
explain what's happening. We're not asking to admit it. We're stating there's an allegation. You don't have to admit anything, but there's an allegation of an incident that's happened. That incident is a hate incident. You require details to report that, and therefore, if you don't provide the details under the section 50 of Police Reform Act, under the ASB Act, you are required to give details, and we have a power of arrest to obtain those details, which we don't want to go down. It's not necessary. Yeah, she's open that. Common sense might prevail eventually when we do look him up, because we're going to present him for not to obtain his details. Yep. And if he fails to provide, at some point along that journey, you'd like to think the light might shine. Right, okay, John, as you're known as, 1347 in the arrest. Okay. You're not providing your details under Section 50 of Police Reform Act. All right, we'll have to discuss that. The rest is necessary to ascertain your details. All right, you don't have to say anything now. We plan to do that. Mention my questions published later on in court. Anything you do, so maybe giving evidence.
There's that police officer saying common sense might prevail when we do arrest him. A light might shine. Well, I think many people watching and listening to that will be wondering perhaps the common sense needs to prevail on the police's side, approaching him over a supposed hate incident for politely asking a question about the Quran. Now, all charges were dropped against Mr. Steele. He went to court over this incident because he refused to give his details. But we understand that the CPS declined to press charges because they felt it was not in the public interest and they didn't have enough evidence. So John Steele, he will be joining us on Saturday Morning Live later this morning. He now feels vindicated, but his representatives have told us they want to know if that non-crime hate incident has been kept on his record.
But that's the issue. And he says he didn't want to give his details for which reason he was arrested. If he had have given it, this is where I'm not clear. If he had have given his details, but admitted no liability, would that non-crime hate incident have then been registered against his name and address?
Absolutely, because NCHIs, and there have been about 250,000 of them since 2014, according to sufficient estimates, they don't require any proof. There's no burden of proof required. It's allegations. So someone says you've said something or done something which is deemed hateful, it goes on your record if the police record it.
Right?
Absolutely, that's the big question.
Not right,
that's the big question.
So let me get this straight. One of the women he was talking to on the store had obviously made a complaint to the police.
That's right.
Even though he was just holding well, as you said, 30-second conversation with her.
And the police officer at the top says, I think it was your delivery, as in that she felt intimidated by it. But as we were saying in the last hour, Stephen, John Steele, he's an ex-miner, he's a bus driver, he's a gentle, sweet man. I've spoken to him, we're speaking to him later. I can't see much being intimidating about him. His manner, his demeanour doesn't come across that way. And we have heard lots of people talking about, at the moment in Westminster, about fears of an Islamophobia definition leading to essentially a de facto blasphemy law. But what we're seeing right here is a man being detained because they want to record a hate incident against him. I do have a right to reply that I need to bring you a statement from...
Can I just ask you one question very quickly? This is Rotherham, right?
This is Rotherham.
OK, where scores of girls, hundreds of young girls, were raped and abused, reported to the police, nothing was done. And yet this had 4 police officers around him?
That's right, and his representatives say this is a clear example of two-tier policing. That's the allegation they've made. The police still haven't learnt their lessons from those failures of the past, but they'll target a man for asking questions about Islam. Let's go to that statement then, because a spokesperson from South Yorkshire Police has said that footage of the incident has been reviewed by its professional standards department, and they've determined that a proportionate response was delivered by officers. They have not received a complaint in relation to this incident, and they will reflect on it and consider any potential learning.
To be honest with you, I'm speechless. I really am.
Yeah, I am a little bit, and it's...
It's a sort of story that when we get this footage, it does stop you in your tracks a bit and think, what is going on?
I mean, partly it's the law is, or what they can do with these non-crime hate incidents is bonkers. But the other thing with it is, and you don't want to discourage people from reporting stuff to the police, because there's plenty of times when people should and they don't. But with something like this, what was that woman thinking, where she's feeling so offended and feels that she's been the victim of a hate crime or of a hate non-crime, by that she feels she needs to contact the police.
Yeah, the responsibility lies with the police here and their reaction to it, I think, to take it so far.
And is she one of the women that didn't report what was going on in the local community to the police?
Well, she may not have known.
Well, no, we don't know who she is. I'm not identifying her, but I mean,
not many
people did.
She may not have known what was going on there. All right, still to come. We've got the annual gathering for people passionate about the countryside. It's called the Game Fair. And we've sent Jack Castle along. We'll check in with him in just a moment.
Yes, but first, if you are in search of some holiday sun, here is a forecast for those top European destinations.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Big contrast across Europe this weekend. Thunderstorms for Central Europe, cooler than normal in Spain, very hot across Greece and Cyprus. We've got a keen breeze continuing to blow through Portugal into the Canaries and Madeira. Plenty of sunshine for Spain, but actually temperatures limited, particularly towards northeast Spain. A few showers there for south of France, but the liveliest downpours will be through the Alps, and then it stays hot in Greece, at least until the start of next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
You've read the headlines, you've heard what those in power have to say. How about now we actually get to the truth?
They would pay attention.
We go beyond the political theatre and tell you what's really going on behind the scenes. For a massive council tax hike, one of the biggest in the UK. Others follow their lines, but we go off script.
You sound like a broken record, you say that week after week.
Cutting through the narratives and giving you unique perspectives. That's Ben Leo tonight, Saturdays and Sundays from 9 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, we were going to take you to the game fair, but we can't get the line-up. So instead, we're going to find out what's coming up on Saturday Morning Live. Charlie's not here because he's Can't be bothered. But Miriam's already in. Good morning.
Good morning. Does that mean I have the power now? To
You have the power.
What happens on the show?
Here he comes. Here he comes. Come on, get yourself sat down.
That's a really professional.
Well done. That I can't
Well
be
done,
bothered.
Charlie.
I'm
Oh,
just-
sorry.
Just been in the studio moments ago. You told me off for hogging the
camera.
You did tell him to go away, to be fair. Decided to have a modest
Don't blame me for your tardiness, Charlie Peters. What have you got in the show?
Well, we've got Charlie's exclusive. It's all about that again. So, which obviously is a very,
Lots
very
on that,
interesting story. We're also going to be looking at the new Online Safety Act, elements of which came into force yesterday and caused controversy amongst Twitter users, but also potentially.
Is there? Why
helpful to
controversy
parents.
on? Because oddly enough, I heard someone say yesterday that kids were immediately getting round it by sort of. Don't ask me how.
Yeah.
But, VPNs.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yeah.
And some of them certainly will, yes.
But there's also a discussion last night. We're talking about all these protests going around the country outside asylum seeker hotels, these migrant hotels. Some of that footage was censored last night by X, saying that they were applying rules recently introduced from local law. So some people weren't able to watch footage of the protest in Ashfield, for example, in Lee Anderson's constituency. So some questions about the Online Safety Act going a bit further than people perhaps intended.
So was Twitter doing that straight away like that?
Right, yes.
Well, I'm highly suspicious about the motivations of X. They've known this is coming for months, over a year. They know absolutely everything about everybody. We know that whenever we go on that platform. It was perfectly within their power to transition to this new regulation smoothly. So I suspect that they're trying to reduce support for anything that might regulate them. That's my theory.
Conspiracy theory.
Absolutely.
There've also been some other concerns with it as well. I mean, we've seen some people blocked access unless they give their ID to sort of gambling awareness forums. Now, imagine you're a man struggling with gambling and suddenly you're being asked to upload your ID to get advice. That's another sort of delay, a bit of resistance to getting information you need. I think some companies, perhaps as Mira says, they're going to go too far, but legislation has to be precise, and if it gives these companies the opportunity...
But do you have to... I mean, I don't know how it works, I've got to be honest, but do you have to... Could you just have your face for age recognition, or do you have to provide ID? In which case... I mean, the idea of providing your ID to some random company, it seems crazy.
Well, there are third-party ways of providing age verification, and the problem is this is incredibly complicated, but the root aim of the good parts of the Online Safety Act, some of it is absolutely dreadful, I will agree with that, is to stop children watching pornography.
Which is
one of the main places, in fact, the number one place for them to find pornography is on X. X could have got rid of that pornography a long time ago. It's perfectly within their power. Yeah, that's the most likely place for children to find pornography. But they haven't got rid of it because it's obviously they monetise it. And so now the difficulty that the government and parents have is how do you protect children, which is absolutely essential, but also not stop free speech for adults, and it's a very different problem to solve.
I reckon Miriam and I have a bit of a row on the top of the next hour about this, because there's also a point that concerns me about the Online Safety Act, which is who do you trust to upload your age verification to? The British state just leaked 20,000 names in an Afghan data leak. You really want to give them your ID?
I think that's a valid point.
Yeah, it's a minefield, isn't it?
All right, you two, lots to look forward to. It's going to be a great show and fiery as well, by the sounds of it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, God, I've got to do it again.
Yeah, here's the weather.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Plenty of fine weather around this weekend, but not all the time. There will be some rain, at least at first today, turning to showers, and in between a few sunny spells, not quite as warm as it's been over the last couple of days. Now, a lot of cloud across the UK this morning and showery rain here and there, more persistent rain into western Scotland, and then some heavy showers developing through northern England and increasingly eastern England, perhaps the odd thundery downpour. The best of the sunshine and dry weather will be towards South Wales and southwest England, temperatures reaching 24 or 25 Celsius. Then we go into Saturday night. Some longer spells of rain will reach western Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland, but it stays mostly dry across the south and southwest into Wales. Just the odd shower there across mid Wales, but showers still going through East Anglia, eastern England, and potentially over the Pennines as well as the southern uplands. Thicker cloud there for Northern Ireland. Western Scotland, some more persistent rain. As I mentioned, showers ahead of that, mostly dry for Shetland and Orkney, aside from the odd shower. And then really overnight, we lose the showers in most places, but the more persistent rain in western Scotland turns heavier for a time, particularly over western hills. And that will begin to feed into parts of Cumbria, as well as the northeast of Scotland as the night progresses. Further south, dry with clear spells. The best of any clear spells will be towards the southeast, a relatively warm night and a bright start there for the east and the southeast as we begin Sunday. A lot of cloud across the rest of the country. Dribs and drabs of rain into parts of northern England and the Midlands, turning into showers by the afternoon. Just about anywhere could catch a shower as the day wears on, but the heaviest downpours will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland. In between, some bright spells and feeling warm in any sunshine in the south, highs of 24 Celsius.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the final week to see how you can win big, as there's an incredible £54,321 in tax-free cash to be won. What would you spend it on? The holiday of a lifetime? Or just sit back, relax and remove some of those day-to-day financial stresses? Lines close on the 1st of August.